absolutely superb specimens. When you see these are hand-selected. These coins, folks, look like gems. They're absolutely superb specimens. How few bag marks there are, all with bright, brilliant surfaces. Any ugly tone coins are not included. Every specimen will be a brilliant specimen. As you see here, just superb quality. They are so scarce in this condition. And then the MS65 set. The MS65 set is an incredible buying opportunity on today's market. Some of these coins in MS65 just a few years ago were selling for over $500 a coin. Look at these. 1922p, 23p, 24p, and 25p, and they are so scarce in this condition, folks. They are extremely, extremely scarce. This is where the piece dollar becomes such a beautiful, beautiful coin, because it's a simple design. It's an elegant, graceful design, and when you can find that cheek of liberty, pristine and undisturbed, and those big, broad fields, pristine and undisturbed, it's a stunning, stunning masterpiece. Look at this coin. It's breathtaking. I love the piece dollar when you can find it in this kind of extraordinary condition. It is just a beautiful, beautiful silver dollar, and it's at a once-in-a-lifetime price. Look at the luster on this. Again, these are not hazy, ugly tone coins. Typically, when you see piece dollars offered in MS65, here's one for $289. So the 23p. The 23p is the most common date, okay? That's the most common date in MS65. This is typically what they look like. Again, these coins are about 100 years old, folks. They're generally not very attractive. Here's a 1922p, not very attractive. Over $700. Here's a 24p, $800. Now here's a beautiful 23p, fully brilliant surfaces, just like the coins you see here, just like the examples I've selected. Beautiful, pristine, brilliant surfaces. 23p, $750. That's a P&G dealer. I have never, ever, since I've been on Coin TV, been interested in offering you a rare coin that I really didn't believe in, that I didn't feel was good for you, that I didn't feel was the perfect coin for you. Okay, the coins I look for, the hardest part of my job, folks, is finding the coins. Because as I always said, I look for coins with exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality, exceptional rarity, and at a great price. And fulfilling all those items is really challenging. It's a lot of work. The easy part is what I'm doing now, getting to show you the coins. Now, years ago, back in 2012, there were so many dealers on other coin shows offering bullion coins, and it was like, you gotta buy it. I mean, silver was close to $50 an ounce. I mean, all these other shows were talking about, hey, this is the time to buy silver, folks. It's up to $50 an ounce. There's all of these experts predicting it's going to be $100 an ounce, $200 an ounce, you know, within the next couple years. Never once did I touch any kind of bullion stuff. I mean, my personal feeling is that I'm not sure anybody can predict what bullion can do from year to year. I mean, it's like a broken clock being right twice a day. I mean, they may make a prediction and they might be right, but just as often, they're wrong. And so since 2012, in November of 2012, bullion was down to $32.50 an ounce. Right now, it's around $23, $24 an ounce. It's almost $10 less than what it was selling for just in 2012, and about half of what it was selling for at its peak. And today, these pieces I have for you are so extraordinarily difficult to come by. Take a look at these 4 dates we have for you. And we're going to compare them to some of the Morgan dollars. You see some of the most common Morgan dollars in mint state condition. You have the 1880S in 6.5, 35,000 graded, in 6.6, 12,000, 6.7, 3,600. 81S, 55,000 in 6.5, 18,000 in 6.6, 4,500 in 6.7, 290 in 6.8. You can see the Morgan dollars are much easier to come by in high-grade mint state condition, especially when you go beyond the MS65 grades. I mean, look at the peace dollars that we have today. We have the 23p, 25p, 24p, and 22p. Look at the rarity of that 24p. Only 8,200 graded in MS65, 1,400 in 6.6, 94 examples in 6.7, 94 coins, and 1 in 6.8. That 22p, only 15,800 in 6.5, 1,400 in 6.6, 38 in 6.7, none higher. Take a look at these, folks. If you want a peace dollar set in MS64, the 1922p, the 23p, the 24p, and the 25p, for a limited time, where there are other dealers that may want $150 a coin for some of these. Sometimes you can get them for $100 a coin, sometimes for a little bit less. We've got the entire 4-coin set. Again, these are beautiful, hand-selected, brilliant specimens. Look at this 22p. It's hard to believe the coin is an MS64. These are so conservatively graded. Again, they are hand-selected by yours truly. Only the very finest examples. They are $479 a set. I have a limited number of these sets. It has been extremely challenging putting these 4-coin sets together. I rarely have a peace dollar presentation because finding the coins is a lot, you know, the exceptional condition you see them in is a lot more work than finding nice Morgan dollars. Finding nice peace dollars like this at these price levels, folks, is a lot of work. It is a labor of love. Like I say, that's the hard part. The fun part is getting to show you the coins. They're only $479 a set. And now, the MS65s. You saw dealers asking $700, $800 a coin for the MS65. $700 to $800 a coin. That's about $3,000 for a set, folks. Every one of these is a masterpiece. They are so rare in this condition. MS65 with beautiful, high-end 6.5s, folks, with beautiful, brilliant surfaces. I would like to show you a 22p that you're not getting in this set. This is really important. Here's one that you won't get. It's the same grade in MS65, but let's get a close-up of this coin. You're going to see a few more marks on this coin that you don't see on the one that you're getting in the set. The difference is one is on the low end of the MS65 spectrum. The coin you're getting is on the high end. Graded MS65, folks, but you can see all the marks, okay? These are high-end MS65s. Folks, the entire set, again, it's not $3,000 or $1,900. The entire set. I have a limited number of these sets. They're only $995. Look at that coin. All 4 coins, $995. Every single one is a masterpiece. There's the 1924. Look at the reverse on that coin. A very high-end MS65, conservatively graded with beautiful, brilliant surfaces, obverse and reverse. Absolutely glorious. The luster, the strike is full. Sensational. You know, it's such a beautiful coin when you can find it in this extraordinary condition. And then the last coin, the 25p. All, folks, for $995. Call in now. Very, very limited number of these sets in MS65. This is something we can only run every several months. Putting this 4-coin set together in MS65, especially the 1922p, the 1924p, they're extremely difficult to get in beautiful MS65 without a lot of water spots, without a lot of unsightly bag marks. These are the best of the best, and we have them at the lowest possible price, folks. This is something we really do as a service. There is so much work involved in putting together a peace dollar set like this in beautiful, brilliant condition. and then to be able to offer it at this price. Once again, in closing, I have to close it out now because, again, we got a lot of people calling in. I have very, very few of these sets. We have the complete 4-coin set, the 22p, 23p, 24p, and 25p in beautiful MS64. The 4-coin set is $479. That's not $479 a coin. That's for the 4-coin set. This is an MS64. You know, these are what I would call regrade candidates, where you crack it out and resubmit it, and, you know, it could very well come back a higher grade. 3 great candidates, the entire set for $479 in MS64. And then we have small number remaining of the same sets in MS65 for only $995. We hope you take advantage of it. This is a spectacular opportunity, spectacular moment in time to begin building a fabulous, fabulous complete piece dollar collection in MS64 grade. Again, this is so important. To put together a complete Morgan set in uncirculated condition is probably impossible. It would cost you in the millions of dollars because there are single dates. And just low grade MS60, 61. You have a lot of dates in the series that just by themselves are $50,000, $100,000, $150,000 coins. Trying to assemble a complete set, again, is probably impossible. On the other hand, as rare as these piece dollars are, the entire 24-coin set, if you want to put one together in just MS60 low-grade mint state, you could do it for under $10,000. If you want to put together a really nice set in MS64, you could probably do it for in the neighborhood of $25,000. Okay? A complete
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim and Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want, because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins
at the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best?
This is your lucky day. I am James Gorstell. You're watching Rare Collectibles TV. Have you guys heard about the emergency production of Silver Eagles at the Philadelphia Mint that has been going on for a very short period of time, for 2020 and 2021? Now, we all know that it's the last year or so been different than any other time in our history for at least a century. And as a result, there's been shortages of a lot of stuff. And one of the biggest shortages of all lately has been silver. And it seems that in trying times, everybody wants one of the original forms of money. And silver has become extremely popular. The most popular form of silver of all are American silver dollars. And it's always been that way. Morgan dollars are collected by generations and thousands of collectors. Peace dollars. Everybody wants a peace dollar. And when you go back even further, trade dollars and ceded liberty dollars and flowing hair dollars, if you're ever lucky enough to get one of the originals. American silver dollars have been collected since the late 1700s, from the very founding of the mint. Rarely in the history of the United States of America does the government invoke its emergency powers to literally mandate that the mints strike coins to be disseminated to the American public. This happened in 2020 and in 2021. It hadn't happened for a really long time. The last time we saw anything like emergency production for coins was during World War II. Beginning in 1942, the lowly Jefferson nickel. Well, nickel was a major component of the war effort. So the government had to remove all the nickel from production of all U.S. coinage. And they replaced it with, of all things, solid silver. Well, that was the Silver War nickels. They were struck from 1942 to 1945. And the reason for that was emergency production. And how can you tell a Jefferson nickel that's produced under emergency production rules, if you will? You see that mint mark on the reverse of that coin at the very top of the dome of Monticello? That big P mint mark indicates that that is a Silver War nickel, emergency production. In 1943, copper was extremely vital to the war effort. There were a lot of Lincoln pennies being produced, millions and millions. All the copper was removed from the Lincoln penny. It was substituted with steel and zinc. Steel pennies, 1943. How could you tell that was emergency production? Well, it was the only time that a penny was made out of steel. Instantly recognizable, emergency production. So it's no surprise to us coin collectors that the government was going to have to do something when virtually the government shut down, because they were mandated by law to strike these coins every year. You see, in 1985, Ronald Reagan, who was president at the time, signed into law the Liberty Coin Act. That authorized the Treasury to begin striking a new American silver dollar. That began in 1986. And every year, as a regular issue, or what we call a business strike, that coin was struck. So 2020 and 2021 were going to be no different. Even if the government had to invoke the right to authorize by emergency production, emergency issue, the coins you're about to see. Now, the thing about these coins, the mintage is surprisingly low. I don't think anybody ever could have foreseen what has happened. I want you to take a look, because we are offering an opportunity here to get the 2020 and the 2021. And there's so many attributes to these new silver dollars, ladies and gentlemen. Number one, the 2020 documented and certified as a first day of issue from the Philadelphia Mint in that special Philadelphia holder, first day of issue in the ultimate grade of perfect MS-70. This coin is available as a single entity. It's $379. And I'm popping the price right now because I want you to know this is an incredible rarity. It's the second rarest Silver Eagle as a business strike ever produced by the U.S. Mint. And I'm talking about a coin that has been continually struck since 1986, year in and year out. you get the second rarest Silver Eagle ever issued with a mintage of 240,000 for $379. Its compadre there next to it in a Mint State 70 as well, we put in our special NGC Reagan Mercanti exclusive holder that only Rare Collectible TV has the rights to. And we did that because that year of 2021 is the final year for the Mercanti Reverse. It's been on the coin since 1986. The one you are looking at right there is the last. It is going away. There will be no 2022. In fact, midway through this year, the Mint will switch the Reverse to a brand new design. So the Mercanti Reverse of the Heraldic Eagle is going away forever. You get what is the third rarest and just the second emergency production ever done, Silver Eagle in the 2021 with a mintage of 495,000. That coin is $269. Now get on the phone right now, but don't hesitate, because this deal has got collectors everywhere wanting these coins. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Coin Week, one of the largest coin publications, had an article. In the title says it all. A new modern rarity, the 2020. And they go on to state here, there will be rarities issued in 2021 as well. Get ready. We've got them, both of them. They sold out quicker than you can blink an eye. Here's why. Take a quick look at this table of mintages of the business struck, or what I call regular issue, of the American Silver Eagle dollar. And don't forget, this coin is the largest American silver dollar ever produced by the Mint. It has way more silver in it than a Morgan dollar. It has a larger diameter. And it has a world-famous design. On its obverse, the Walking Liberty half dollar, designed from 1916. And its reverse, the ultimate heraldic eagle design, designed by John Mercanti, going away. That coin has made history since the first day in 1986 when it was issued. Now take a look at the mintages. And these equate to millions and millions of collectors buying each and every one of these years, putting them away to get a complete date run from the beginning all the way up to the current issue. So the coins we're featuring right now are vital components to completing all of these coin collections. Thousands, if not millions of people have started collections and can't complete them without the two coins you're about to see. Now take a look at the bottom of this table. In red, the ultimate reason why I want you guys on the phone right now. The 2020 with a mintage of 240,000. It's bested by only one coin, the 2015. And the 2021 from Philadelphia, documented with a mintage of 495,000, another crazy low mintage. Folks, I want you to know that we're offering the 2021 on an individual basis, and that is also in the highest grade attainable, a Mint State 70, a perfect condition coin. We're offering that coin for $269. You're going to see in a minute why both the prices that we have, the $379 price for the 2020, you can't beat it. I guarantee it. The $269 price for the 2021, the very last with Mercanti's Reverse, $269. Another coin in our exclusive label at the highest grade attainable. And for the set together, ladies and gentlemen, get on the line because you have an opportunity to buy both true rare coins for $629. Now here's where it gets really fun. Really, there's three finishes of American Silver Eagles. There are what we call the business strikes. I call them the regular issue. Much like a Morgan dollar was issued every year in uncirculated, these are very much the same way. In fact, they are the same way. Now, when you look in your red book, you'll see in parentheses very small mintages of Morgan dollars. Those are the proof coins. The largest mintage was 1,200. Those are really, really hard to get, obviously. They're priceless artifacts. And so the Mint followed along those lines by issuing these silver dollars in proof. And they issued about 27 million of them. There was another collectible version, the burnished die. Almost 3.8 million of those coins were issued. Now, the column on the far right says it all. Those are the percentages by which these coins grade in perfect 70 grade. The business strikes, not even 0.75%. Would you be guaranteed to get a perfect Mint State 70 when you submit a coin? So what does that mean? Well, you can't just submit one coin and expect to get a perfect grade. No, you're going to have to really go with quantity there to get one coin that'll grade absolutely perfect. Well, it isn't much better with the proofs or the burnished die. Pretty small amounts, but nothing comes close to the regular issue of the business strikes. They are the hardest to attain in perfect grades. Let me show you what we're talking about in brass tacks. These are 2020 Silver Eagle dollars that were produced by Philadelphia as emergency issues. $795, one coin. Now, we're doing the same coin for $379, except ours is a first day of issue. But they're both PCGS graded. Ours is $379, theirs is $795. Well, we love John Mercanti here. He's a friend of the show. We have an exclusive label with his signature on it. And here is an NGC coin that was graded in a perfect 70 grade. It's $1,150. I just offered you the same coin for $379 in a PCGS, first day of issue, Mint State 70. That one right there, $1,150. Oh, here's a great deal. This is also Philadelphia, first day of issue and emergency production. It's $1,000, ladies and gentlemen. And I got to tell you, it's a phenomenal deal. You are going to thank your lucky stars that you landed here today, because at $379 for that coin, unbeatable. And I got to tell you, don't miss out. The 2021 at $269 is equally as valuable because it features the last heraldic reverse, and it features only the second emergency production Silver Eagle struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And its mintage is 495,000. Another really low mintage. A 2020 at $1,680. And I guarantee you, the owners of that coin, people who bought that coin, are happy as you can be to own one. Well, imagine our viewers right now watching this show and saying, I paid $1,680. I paid $1,150. I paid $1,000. I got the greatest deal in the world at $795. Seeing this, where you could buy both of those coins, the 220, the 221 for $629. Both in Mint State 70, the 2020 in a first day issue, the 2021 in our exclusive Reagan Mercanti label for $629 for the two together. Don't forget, $269 for the 2021 on their own. So if you love American Silver Eagles, if you know that this coin has become the most popular silver dollar in the entire world, it has really overtaken the Morgan dollar. And I'll tell you what, you can never get one of those fantastic classic Morgan or Peace dollars in a Mint State 70. Not even one coin exists. Very few of these coins exist in a Mint State 70 grade. Only 0.72%, not even 0.75%. So don't delay. On that table, there was one coin that had a lower mintage than the two that we're showing right now. That was a 2015, and that was also struck at Philadelphia. It was an emergency production. The mintage was about 80,000. I want to show you how valuable these coins become. That coin right there is one of the coins that I just spoke about, and coincidentally, it has the same label as our 220, the Philadelphia label. That coin, almost $4,000. What's the grade? Mint State 70. the ultimate. I get excited about silver dollars. I've been a Morgan dollar fan since I was a little kid. I always wanted to own Morgans, but when you're 7 or 10 years old and you're a coin collector, you don't have enough money for a Morgan dollar. You're happy collecting pennies and stuff like that. In fact, you couldn't be happier. As you begin to evolve a little bit into coin collecting, you begin to realize the magnificence of the silver dollar, its size and its weight and its history. You start collecting silver dollars and the world opens up. However, let me tell you the difference about this coin. Since 1986, millions of coin collectors have discovered that the United States of America issues a bona fide legal tender silver dollar, bigger than any we've ever struck before, with the original Walking Liberty half-dollar design from 1916, a world-famous heraldic eagle reverse made famous by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti, all in one package. The silver dollar that took over the world. If you're one of those collectors, and I know you are because thousands of collectors, our collectors on our show, purchase complete collections of American Silver Eagles in Business Strike, the regular issue, from 1986 all the way to the present time. I get to tell you, every one of those collectors, they want this coin. The phones never stop ringing. The 2020, impossible to get. The mintage was only 240,000. Well, let me tell you, the 2021, no easier, because the mintage of that coin was 495,000. When you talk low mintages for silver dollars, take a look at the Morgan series. Find a coin with a mintage of less than 500,000 coins. That coin is going to be $5,000 and $10,000 in the highest grade, or highest grade. No, in a nice grade. In the highest grade, it's going to be 6 figures. This is an opportunity to get in, not just on the ground floor, but you haven't even hit the ground floor yet. I don't want to forget the 2021. A lot of attention is directed to the 2020. But the 2021, ladies and gentlemen, that is the last coin of its kind. That coin is going to go down in history as being the last American silver dollar to feature the Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. The fact that it has a mintage that is the 3rd lowest ever at 495,000 is icing on the cake. I am offering 2021s for $269 in perfect mint state 70. That one is almost $450. This one is almost $900. There's a reason for these prices. There's a reason for this demand. These silver dollars have caught everybody's attention. For the last year, the Mint has announced that 2021 will be a transition year. It's the last year of the Heraldic Eagle Reverse. So since news broke of that, well, that transition to the new reverse, collectors cannot get enough of what we now call the Type 1, 1986 through 2021. Midway through 2021, the Type 2 series will begin. So this coin that you are looking at from Philadelphia for 2021 is the final issue with that reverse. Now, because of its uniqueness, because of the unique times that we live in right now, these coins as emergency production will go down in history as being unique, much like the steel cents from 1943, the silver war nickels from 42 to 45. Rarely has this happened. We all hope it never happens again. There is a silver lining. There happens to be a silver lining consisting of 2 silver dollars right here, both in the highest grade attainable. You can buy an individual 2020 with a rare mintage of only 240,000 for $379. But not for long, because they are gone everywhere. And everyone that I know that exists in the world today is right here in our set. You can buy a rare 2021, mintage 495,000, the 3rd rarest in the history of the series, for $269. or you can combine the two together in a set for $629. The hardest coin to achieve in a perfect grade are the coins you're looking at. They are generally struck for quantity and not quality. Though they're beautiful coins, it is the rare occurrence that these coins occur in a perfect grade. We saw that not even 0.75% of these coins will grade in a perfect grade. And that's by both grading services, both PCGS and NGC. I just want to make sure that I have not left anything out here, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we know that they're retiring the reavers. So the 2021 in your set or your individual coin is the last one of its kind. It closes out the series, forever known from now on as the Type 1. Now, I briefly mentioned that we have thousands of collectors who purchase from us the entire collection in mint state from 1986 to the present time. Every one of those collectors are now on the phone trying to get one of these coins or the set because it's vital to end the Type 1 series. There will never be a second chance on these coins. Let me just say this. This is possible to achieve. A complete Morgan dollar collection in the highest grades known is virtually impossible to achieve. Even if you have the $1.5 million to $2 million that it would take to purchase all of them, where would you find them? Where would you locate them? It would be a life's quest. But right here, falling right into your lap, are number 2 and number 3 in terms of rarity in the entire series of business struck Silver Eagles. For $629 for the set of 2, for $379 for an individual 2020, or $269 for an individual 2021. If you have any questions, you can contact me here anytime. I'm always available, and I'm willing to talk to any of you collectors about coins because I love coins, and I'll be happy to talk to you about them. But right now, it's time for me to go. But I want to leave you with this thought. This display, this cachet, is the only one I know of anywhere in the world. There will be no more displays like this, no more cachets like this in the future. If we're able to get any more of these coins, it's going to be a little dribble here and there. There will never again be enough for me to come on the air and do this for you guys. I hope you got one or you got both, but I hope you get in on it. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great coins. See you soon.
Important coins struck in the 20th century. In terms of its historical significance to our country, its incredible beauty, it's without question one of the most beautiful coins ever struck by the United States Mint. And this is the best part of all, folks. The limited number of examples that I have for you today are absolutely the finest known. It's the first year of issue for the incredibly popular American Silver Eagle series. Now, in the past, I have offered these coins. It's the first year of issue, 1986 American Silver Eagles. I've been able to offer these coins in Proof 69 condition. Proof 69 is an extraordinary condition for a Silver Eagle. But today, I have a small group in the highest grade, finest possible condition any rare coin can receive. Proof 70. A grade of 70 is rarely given to one of these early proof Silver Eagles. To get a grade of 70 from either of the major grading services, NGC or PCGS, those two services are the most highly respected independent grading services in the nation. To get a grade of 70, a coin must appear flawless under high magnification. Now, I would like you to take a look at these magnificent, beautiful, first year of issue 1986S American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Everest Ultra Cameo condition. Everyone, that Everest seal, folks, I have a trademark on that. It means it's been reviewed by yours truly for being everything it says it is on the holder. That's your guarantee. In addition to the incredible NGC grading standards, that incredible NGC holder, which I'm going to talk about more a little later. Now, there are a couple major differences between the Proof 70 American Silver Eagles that I have for you today and earlier silver dollars, like the Morgan dollars, the Peace dollars from that earlier era. Morgan dollars, folks, very, very popular coin. Morgan dollars, and we've got a comparison here to show you the difference between a Morgan dollar and American Silver Eagle in terms of their size. The American Silver Eagle is a very large coin. In fact, it's the largest silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint. And you can see right there, I mean, NGC almost doesn't have a holder big enough to encapsulate it. That Morgan dollar, it's smaller in diameter than the American Silver Eagle, and it has about 3/4 of an ounce of silver. It's struck on a 90% silver planchet. The American Silver Eagle is struck on a 0.999% pure silver planchet, a full ounce of silver, folks. Now, as I stated in my opening, in past presentations, I've been able to offer this first year of issue American Silver Eagle in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, which is an exceptional grade for these early American Silver Eagles. I have offered them in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo because the elusive holy grail of the American Silver Eagle series, the ultimate, flawless Proof 70s, are few and far between when it comes to the earliest dates in this series, when minting technologies were not as advanced as they are today. And I've put together a little chart to show you exactly what I'm talking about. And here we have a comparison at first year of issue, American Silver Eagle 1986S. Now, bear in mind, collectors and dealers have been submitting the finest known 1986 American Silver Eagles now since the late 1980s. That's about 35 years. And to this date, NGC has only been able to certify 5,184 examples. But then you get to the later dates, beginning with the West Point Mints. The first 2 years of the West Point Mint, very tough to get in Proof 70. But then you saw real improvements in the technologies used at the West Point Mint. And so you see a much higher percentage of the Proof Eagles struck being certified in that flawless Proof 70 Ultra Cameo grade. Till you get to the last years. One of the most significant coins, the 2020 W 75th anniversary American Silver Eagle with the Privy Mark. Incredibly popular. It's a $2,000 coin, folks, in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It just recently came out, and NGC has already certified well over 13,000 examples. And it's a $2,000 coin. But you look back at that 1986S, and by this time, folks, most of the finest surviving 1986 proofs have been certified or reviewed for certification. And this is all that have been graded in Proof 70, 5,184 coins by NGC. Timing really is everything. Now, here is why this first year of issue in flawless Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition is the silver dollar opportunity of today. It's a small window of opportunity. I have a limited number of these in this condition. In the year 2021, the U.S. Mint made United States numismatic history. It was the headline in publications across our nation. Here are some of the articles. Coin World, breaking news. Mint unveils new American Eagle reverse designs. For the 35th anniversary, new designs will come to the reverse of the American Eagle coins. New American Eagle reverse design debuts in 2021. Original American Silver Eagle design with the heraldic eagle reverse, a Mercanti masterpiece. And finally, collectors on edge for design reveal. The United States American Silver Eagle dollar, a silver dollar series that likely equals the Morgan dollar series in popularity. And as such, these two series represent really the most widely collected silver dollar series in all of U.S. numismatics. First struck on November 24th, 1986, that original coin design featuring the heraldic eagle reverse. That reverse, folks, had last appeared on our silver dollars that were struck from 1798 to 1804. Now, some of those early silver dollars, folks, are now worth in the millions of dollars. John Mercanti, the chief engraver, used that reverse, and he made his own artistic interpretation of the heraldic eagle reverse for the American Silver Eagle. And that has been the reverse on these coins since 1986. But then in 2021, for the 35th anniversary of the series, the American Silver Eagle received a major redesign of the reverse. The obverse continues on with that original Renaissance era Walking Liberty design that originally appeared on our half dollars in 1916, designed by Adolph Weinman. That obverse continues on. However, this new reverse for the year 2021 is of historic implications. Consider, number one, when the Mint announced the new design for 2021, they announced that they would also strike 320,000 American Silver Eagles with the original heraldic eagle reverse, as the 1986 Silver Eagles that I have for you today. So in 2021, they offered both designs. At the point of that announcement, they told collectors that the original heraldic eagle silver coins dated 2021 would be available for sale at 9 a.m. Pacific time on February 11th, 2021. The last of the heraldic eagle American Silver Eagles, folks. 320,000 coins. They were sold out in 3 minutes. Can you imagine that? And the maximum was, I believe, 99 coins per order, so somebody couldn't call in and order 20,000 of them. There was a 99 coin limit. They were sold out in 3 minutes. I've never heard of anything like that. We've had some other coins that were sold out in like 15 minutes and 30 minutes. But this is 3 minutes. Number two, the demand for this new American Silver Eagle with a new reverse will be historic. Number three, this translates to an army of new collectors attracted to this incredibly popular series. These beautiful classic silver dollars. They will be collecting these coins for the very first time. Number four, and this is an extremely important point as well. Every year, the proof coins, the proof American Silver Eagles, coming from the Mint, get a little more expensive when ordered directly from the Mint. I mean, these are proof coins, my favorite American Silver Eagles. Now, for all you new collectors out there, this is a most important part of the presentation. There are two kinds of coins struck by the United States Mint. There are Mint State coins, and then there are proof coins. Most of the coins struck by the United States Mint are Mint State coins. Here's an example of a Mint State American Silver Eagle. These coins in this condition were struck in much larger numbers than the proof coins. A mint state coin is struck off a high-speed press. Once struck, they may go through a coin counting machine, and the mint then puts them in rolls. When you buy these in groups of 20, they come in rolls like this. This is an original roll from the United States Mint for American Silver Eagles. And in that entire minting process, with one coin abrading against another, they accumulate bag marks, as you see here, above the "In God We Trust." On this 1998, here's another one I've got for you. This was from a roll of 1998s I bought. Every one had these kinds of marks on it. You can see all the marks in the field. You see the satiny surface. You know, it's a beautiful coin. But then it can't compare to these proof coins. Like you see here in this picture I have, this 1986 there, that blow up. And when you look at that coin, you notice it has a deep black field, and the portrait of Liberty is a snow white. To make a coin of this perfection is very labor intensive. And this is why I love proof coins. The first coins I ever bought from a coin shop when I was 10 years old were proof coins. I bought a 1962 proof set. I paid $7 for it. I brought it home, showed it to my dad. My dad looks at it, had a $50, quarter, dime, nickel, and cent in there, 91 cents in value, and he asked me what I paid for it. I said, $7, Dad. And he looked at me like, what the heck did you pay $7 for? It's only 91 cents. Well, he wasn't a collector. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the minter's art. The making of a proof coin is very labor intensive. They have to take the finest dies. They'll put it on a buffing wheel and polish the fields of that die until it has a mirror-like perfection. And that's that black field you see there. It's actually a mirror. It's a true mirror. And to get the cameo effect, back in the early days of the American Silver Eagles, they would sandblast the dies to create the cameo effect. Nowadays, the mint often treats the dies to a laser treatment to create the cameo effect. So once these dies are created, they're put in place, they're put in the die press, and the coin blanks are fed into the coin press. They're struck at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then once struck, while the mid-state coins are dumped into bins, the proof coins are individually handled. These proof coins, again, they're struck at least twice under higher pressure than mint-state coins. So every possible detail of the design is brought out in relief. And then they're placed in the protective capsules in flawless condition. So the bottom line, the mintages of proof American Silver Eagles are very limited compared to the mint state version. And here we have a chart showing the mintages of all the American Silver Eagles struck since 1986, comparing the mint state mintages to the proof mintages. The numbers highlighted in red means those coins were struck at the San Francisco Mint in proof. And then from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint, and in 2001, they began striking them at the West Point Mint. And you can see the mintages of the mint state coins, when you get to the later years, are 10 million, 20 million, 30 million coins and more. The total mintage after 2019, over 500 million mint state American Silver Eagles, only 22 million proofs for the entire series. But now we get to the last point, and this is of the greatest significance for you, is that the earliest dates, those American Silver Eagles struck from the first year of issue, 1986, to about 2002, are the rarest dates in proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. You see, folks, the technology in those early years was simply not as advanced as it is today. Many of those proof coins would come straight from the mint into collectors' hands with serious imperfections. Spotting was the most common problem. From incomplete washing of the coin blanks before they went into the die press. I've got some to show you firsthand here of some original American Silver Eagles in the early years. This is the original box that they came in. very attractive. The packaging was very attractive. And this one is a 1987. And you look at the coin in the original capsule, protective capsule, and you could see all the haze there in the fields. That doesn't come off, folks. I'll quickly show you a couple more. Here's a later one. Here's a 94. Great date. Struck at the Philadelphia Mint. It's not real obvious at first, but when you look closely, you see all that spotting around the perimeter of the coin. And even in the fields, you see light spotting in the fields in front and in back of Liberty. That does not come off. That is spotting that was on the coin blank when it went into the die. And when that coin die came down with over 200 tons of pressure, a lot of times that was a soap residue that was used in the cleaning of the coin blank. That residue would be struck into the blank. It's part of the coin. And then you had mishandling issues. Here's a 1997. Now these capsules could be pried open, but this was a coin that was mishandled. And perhaps you can't see it when you first look at it here, but I'm going to open the capsule up and we're going to rotate the coin around. These earlier proof coins, so many times they would have light haze that would develop over the surfaces, so you would have collectors who would try and wipe the haze from the coin. They could just be using something like a handkerchief. But these proof surfaces, the mirrored surfaces, are so very, very delicate. Any light abrasive will hairline the coin and leave what you see here, a badly flawed coin. It's probably not even gradable. As tens of thousands of enthusiastic collectors attempt to complete a set of this stunning Proof American Silver Eagle series, it's the earliest dates, folks, the rarest dates in exceptional problem-free condition, which will be the most difficult to acquire. That will be in the greatest demand. That 1986, you know, it's been, folks, over 35 years since that was struck. Collectors have been submitting every example they could find, and after all those decades, they only have 5,100 examples certified by NGC in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. On the other hand, you get the later years in the series, like the 2020 W Privy, that again is a very low mintage coin, but they're very high quality coins coming from the mint. They've already certified over 13,000, and that's a $2,000 coin in Proof 70. You look at some of these other later dates, 64,000, 49,000, 56,000, even though they've been struck the last few years. These 1986 American Silver Eagles, folks, in finest known Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition, they're what we refer to as a key date in the series, a very rare date. It's one date that is in greatest demand today and will be in even greater demand in the years ahead. 1986S Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Every coin personally inspected by yours truly. They're $795 a coin. I have a limited quantity. I mean, it's taken me a couple years to put a small group together for you today, folks. And I have them at a great price, $795 a coin. There's a maximum, a limit of 3 per caller, okay? I don't want somebody calling in and ordering 50 or 60. That would about clean me out. And then all the other people calling in wouldn't be able to get one. So there's a limit, 3 per customer. But if you get 3, you can own 3 for only $2,249. And that's available on a 2-payment option. And that is so very, very important because a lot of people will call in 1 or 2 weeks later to order one of these, and we're sold out. So if you call in now and just put half down, we'll hold 3 of these for you. Put half down of $1,124.50, balance in 30 days. Every one of these has been personally inspected by yours truly. It's flawless. A Proof 70, if you just tuned in, a Proof 70 is a coin that's flawless under high magnification at the grading service. It's perfection. Because there's some Proof 70s out there in mid-state 70s, and I've got a couple to show you. One's in an NGC holder, one's in a PCGS holder. Sometimes there's a contaminant in the holder, and so the coin will spot once it's encapsulated, like this 2012 W you see here. You see the spotting in the fields. Okay, it's an obvious imperfection. It probably didn't have that spotting when the coin was encapsulated, but there was a contaminant on the coin that at the time it was encapsulated wasn't even visible, but it might appear after 3 or 4 or 6 months. Here's a mid-state example in 70, and you can see all the toning that's developed around the coin, especially on the reverse. My Everest seal means that the coin has been personally inspected by me for perfection, as well as the NGC grading service. But there's also these important points. When you get one of these in NGC's state-of-the-art holder with their state-of-the-art encapsulation, number one, every one of these American Silver Eagles have been curated before encapsulation. That is really important. That's why it has my Everest seal. I make sure every one of these is curated to remove any possible contaminants that may be invisible to the eye at the time of encapsulation. The curation process is extremely important. It means the surface of the coin is absolutely neutral. There is no contaminant on the coin. And number two, these NGC holders are made of the highest quality medical grade plastics. Number three, the holders are airtight. And number four, the Smithsonian, which is the home of the greatest collection of United States coins in the world, chose NGC to encapsulate their collection. So going through the process of curation and encapsulation can cost you at least $100, and that does not include the cost of the coin. The American Silver Eagles, folks, this is such a red-hot market. It's only going to be hotter with the passage of time. This is a growing market. The American Silver Eagles eventually, I believe, will be without question the most widely collected silver dollar in all of United States numismatics. There have been some incredible record prices for American Silver Eagles in the past. Mid-state American Silver Eagles, here's some record auction prices. Here's one 1991 in MS-70 NGC that sold for over $34,000. That's what it sold for in auction. Here's a 1986, first year of issue. It sold for over $21,000. And then in the Proof series, almost 6 figures, 1995 W, key date, over $86,000 for 95 W. And then you have a 2001 W, not quite as rare as the 86S, but extremely rare, the toughest West Point issue to get in 70, sold for auction for over $4,800. Finally, here's a 1986S, sold for about $3,000 in auction. Now, my vision when it comes to my clients is long-term. I'm not focused on what's hot and what's not hot today. I'm focused on what will it be worth 10, 20, 30 years down the line. I mean, that 1986 that sold in auction for $3,000, well, you know, I mean, there was a collector or a dealer who bought it for $3,000. But today is the time to acquire a 1986S in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, this small window of opportunity. You have the 2021s that just came out. There are so many new collectors every month for these coins. And these early dates, especially the 86S, is going to be in incredibly high demand. When I came out with my first book in early 1992, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, the 1951 Proof Franklin you see on the cover of that book was about a $1,500 coin. Today, that's about a $15,000 coin. I hope you're able to get one of these 1986S's. Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, folks. This is a coin that will be very, very good to you. To get one in flawless condition, again, I've given this presentation on the first year of issue on many occasions in the past, but it's always been in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo. Because to get a flawless Proof 70 is just so extremely difficult for a coin this size. I mean, these American Silver Eagles, again, they're larger in size than a Morgan dollar with a full ounce of silver. They're magnificent, huge silver dollars. to get one in flawless condition, especially in these early years when they didn't have the advanced technologies they have today. It's a miracle. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a great set to begin building today. Thank you for watching.
This is something very special. Everybody wants this issue. This is a coin that was issued to honor the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. It's a coin series that began in 2017. It is extremely rare coinage. It is also high relief. It is also pure gold. It is also the only time the United States of America has issued a $100 denomination for a gold coin. That little bit of background is enough to really set everybody on a stampede towards the telephone. Get online for this, ladies and gentlemen. I want to tell you right now that what I just told you is amazing, and it really illustrates the rarity. But this is Rare Collectibles TV, so we're going to go that little bit extra. Because not only is this the 2019 West Point Struck $100 gold high relief in a perfect specimen 70 grade, but also a proof-like. And folks, this coin is also from the West Point Mint Hoard. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard is a government archive. It's where your government stashes away a limited amount of coins that they have struck for future generations. Well, because of everything that we've been through in the last 2 years, the market has demanded the release of these coins that the government actually intended to hide away for a long time. The market's demanded that they come out right now. Collectors are knocking on the door. And this is the coin that everybody wants. Now, are you ready to take a look? Now, I ask you, does that not look like the finest proof cameo, ultra cameo coins you have ever seen? Well, it does. And the reason for it is because these coins that we have are the very first ones that rolled off the coining press. The ones that have that amazing contrast. Now, I want to show you the label real quick because, folks, this is not a proof coin. This is a specimen 70. This is a mint state coin, and it also has been designated as a proof-like. And since 2019, ladies and gentlemen, both of the major grading services, PCGS, this one you see right here, and NGC, have only graded 642 of these coins. Now, the West Point Mint Hoard. It's amazing because there were only 12,600 coins in the hoard. Now, we managed to get some of these coins that grade absolutely in perfect condition, a specimen 70 proof-like designation. The mint at West Point and all the mints of the United States of America take a lot of time and a lot of pride in striking coins. And when you look at a coin like this that is designed to feature renditions of the most modern, idea of liberty. And I want you to take a look, because this idea of liberty, this modern rendition, this tribute to liberty is classic, an instant classic. It harkens back to the very beginning of the portraits of liberty that we've seen on all United States coins. It has the rays shining from the headdress. It has the 13 stars. It has an amazing, amazing field that is so mirrored. And it is solid gold. And again, there has never been before this series a gold coin with a $100 denomination. Every United States coin issue, every series has a standout coin. for the double eagles, we'd all have to agree that it is the 1907 St. Gaudens high relief. Do you remember 1916, the Standing Liberty Quarter, a very famous issue, the Type 1, a standout issue? Or how about in 1995, when the Mint at West Point struck a 10th anniversary proof silver eagle? There were only 30,125 of those. And that coin today, in a perfect 70 grade, is a $30,000 coin. Well, move over, everybody, because here's a coin that is rightfully going to take its place amongst those standout issues. Because, ladies and gentlemen, when this coin was announced, the mintage was capped at a mere 50,000 coins. And that is a very, very low mintage. Ladies and gentlemen, I can mention you so many coins that have many, many times that mintage that are world famous. This is a low mintage at 50,000. Well, this is what ended up happening. The mintage is 24,610 coins. Take a look at that right there. 24,610. So this is a series that began in 2017, and to date, it is the lowest mintage of every single year that was issued since 2017. And I want you to take a look at the population as a percentage of the mintage that will grade a specimen 70 in proof-like designation, a proof-like finish. 2.6%. So again, these coins are struck for the collector. They are struck by hand, each and every one, under extreme tonnage, under extreme pressure, with a mint master that is just designated for this one issue. From the finest coining blanks selected that are produced at the Mint. And even in spite of all of that great tradition, all of that technique in striking, and all of that artistry, only 2.6% of these coins will garner the grade that this coin has. Extremely special. I got to tell you, in a specimen 70 without the proof-like designation, these coins are flat out rare and hard to get. When you add in the proof-like designation. Now, for those of you who do not know what a proof-like is, allow me to take the opportunity to explain. You know, in the days when the Mint first started striking coins, the first, 10 or 20 coins or so, or maybe even less than that, and I'm talking about from 1793 on, from the very first days of the U.S. Mint, the first coins, well, they would come off the coining presses, and everybody would notice that they had a certain look to them that was just amazing. The background of the coin, known as the field, would jump out as a mirror. You could see your own reflection. And the designs of the coin, the raised images, would all be frosty, all be satiny. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a true rarity. And I want to tell you right now that this coin can be yours for less than $4,000. And that is big, big news. And folks, I want to show you just how big, but I also want to get it out there because I know there's a lot of you at the edge of your seats waiting to grab that phone. $3,995 is the price of this coin, and if you give me another minute or two, I'm going to tell you how it beats everybody else out there, how it's extremely rare, how it's PCGS graded, how it's the highest grade you can get. Well, you may have heard it before, but you're going to hear it in a whole different light right now. One of the things that we're famous here at Rare Collectibles is buying coin deals, is buying coin treasures, coin collections, what somebody has taken a long time to amass. Now, we have some really great buyers in this country, and one of them is on the road right now, and I hope he comes up with another deal like this. But by traveling around, by meeting everybody in the country, by knowing every dealer and knowing every major collector, this is how we landed a deal like this. Every single one certified by PCGS. Every single one an SP70, a Specimen 70. Every single one a proof-like designation. That means these coins are some of the earliest ones to come off those particular dies that they were struck on. You'll notice it right away, that amazing bounce that's different than all the rest. Thus, they are called a proof-like. Now, after a few more of these coins are struck and the die begins to settle down a little bit and even wear a little bit, you won't get a designation as a proof-like. You may get a designation as a perfect coin. And let me show you some that have. In fact, somebody pulled this article for me, and it's from Coin World, and it's a market analysis. and it says here, buyers demand perfect 2019 West Point struck American Liberty $100 gold coins. And by the way, did I happen to mention that every one of these coins are a high relief? So there again, you get the proof-like, you get the only $100 gold denomination, you get an amazing design, the modern rendition of Liberty, and you get a high relief. There isn't anything that this coin does not have. And on top of everything, it's an enhanced finish. So that was the article that we happened to pull off the internet. And I see that the picture actually is a PCGS graded specimen 6.9 proof-like. Well, we kind of upped it a little bit to a specimen 70. Folks, $3,995. This is what I was warning you about. Here is a coin of which it is the same variety, it is the same grade, and I want you to notice right off the bat, it is not a proof-like designation, and I also want you to notice that it is nearly $5,000, $4,800. And it's a great coin. It's a specimen 70, a perfect grade, not a proof-like. And I want to show you another one right there, over $4,800. Now, I want to show you a PCGS version. We just so happen to have all of our coins as PCGS right now. And here is one. It's got all the bells and whistles, except for the fact that it's not a proof-like. So it doesn't have all the bells and whistles, but a lot. So it's a 70 grade. It's PCGS graded, high relief, $100 gold, beautiful looking coin, $5,075. Now, let me just say again, ladies and gentlemen, $3,995 is where we're at. 24,610 of these were struck by the mint. Of the 24,610, 12,600 were put away for future generations in the West Point vaults. They just made their way out. We have them here at Rare Collectibles. They are part of the 24,610 mintage, but there were only 12,600 that were put away in West Point. The 50,000 initial mintage was reduced. The cap no longer exists. It's gone. They are gone, sold out. The mintage figures are finalized, and they're making numismatic history. And let me just say again, this is the coin that everybody wants. The $20 gold St. Gaudens in high relief. An amazing coin everybody wants. This is a coin right now that you can buy in a grade that you would never get a $20 gold Saint from 1907. There's no such thing as a perfect grade in classic American coinage. Look at the images of these coins. Now, I want to show you another coin right here. This one is graded by NGC, part of the population that I showed you. Hardly any coins graded between PCGS and NGC. And that coin right there, ladies and gentlemen, $6,995. Now, let's explore that a little bit. Let's read that label pretty clearly, because it looks to me like it's an SP70. Same thing with us. But it is not a proof-like. So we're up from that. And it's a high relief, as are ours, and all of them are. So, ladies and gentlemen, when I constantly say to you that we go above and beyond, not just to buy collections, but to seek out the finest versions of every coin out there, you can literally take that to the bank. Because that's what we live for. Now, this is a great coin, and I love to own one in a perfect grade. But imagine being able to do that not for $7,000, but for less than $4,000, and have it be a proof-like. Have it be one of only 642 coins that have been graded by either of the grading services. $3,995. Ooh, and by the way, you can split it into 2 equal payments as well. We'll get into that in just a minute. Now, here's no surprise whatsoever. This coin, in many places that you're going to try to find it, is sold out. And when you see sold out coins by some major sellers out there who are all over the place, they don't have coins. You want to know why? Well, because we got there first. That's the bottom line. And there, ladies and gentlemen, illustrates the demand for this coin. Before we went on the air here, I always kind of run by the attributes of the coin for our operators who happen to be listening and our crew who happens to be here anyway, so they might as well hear it, right? And I want to give you everything straight from the top. First of all, when this coin series began in 2017, it was the first series to feature a denomination of $100 that had never been done before in a gold coin. It also features the most unbelievable designs. And all the great artists of Mint are in on this, and I'll go over that with you in a second. And this is a coin that grades a perfect specimen 70. It's a mint state coin that looks like a proof. And the reason for it is it's a proof-like, and it's some of the earliest coins, well, what it really boils down to, some of the very first ones struck. And it kind of goes to figure, right? Because it's part of the West Point hoard. So the coins were struck at West Point, and the Mint decided they would take some of what they were striking anyways and move them right over into the vault. So you know that these were the earliest ones. These are the ones that were archived. These were the finest examples. These are the ones that were meant to come out 10 or 20 years from now when we could celebrate these great, great coins all over again. But we have them now. And let me just say one more time, folks, these are in demand. And the market, you collectors, all of us, we demanded these coins. We literally came knocking on the door of the West Point Mint demanding the release of the archive at a time when hardly any coins were being produced by the United States of America. And let me tell you, Uncle Sam did not let us down because he knew that we demanded. We weren't going to stop collecting. We were collecting more than ever. We wanted our coins. And the government listened. And the government released this hoard. I mean, after all, they're our coins, right? We the people. We got the finest examples in proof-like at one of the greatest prices. So you can split the payment into two equal payments of $1,997.50. I want to point out again, every coin series has a standout issue. Think of the Double Eagles, the $20. Great series, minted from 1850 to 1933. The standout issue from that entire series of Double Eagles has got to be the 1907 High Relief St. Gaudens. Well, here you're looking at a 2019 High Relief $100 Gold Liberty. And the design of Liberty is breathtaking. The design of Liberty is classic. This is an instant classic. And when you look at how it is rendered, one of the reasons why it is so eye-appealing is the repeated strikes of the coining press to make this a high relief. If you could feel the surface of this coin, you could literally feel the cheek of Liberty. You could literally feel the hair flowing behind Liberty. You could feel the rays rising from the headdress. You could feel the date. That's what a high relief is all about. And on its reverse, a rendition of an American bald eagle in an example. The way this coin has been designed, the way it has been modeled, the way it was sculpted, the die work, the striking, the purity of the gold, the denomination. Ladies and gentlemen, it's no wonder that everybody wants this coin today. No wonder that articles are being written. Now, we're quickly running out of time here. So I want to go over the striking process. Now, for those of you who have never had the pleasure of watching videos of the Mint striking coins, let me give you a little blow-by-blow. How's that? Ordinary coins that are meant for circulation go through a high-speed coining press, and they are struck one time, and their purpose is to be released into circulation to be used in commerce. When you're commemorating 225 plus years of liberty, you are going to take the time to shut down the whole coining room to make sure it is a completely dust-free environment, to select only the highest quality planchets. You know what a planchet is? It's the blank before the design is rendered onto the coin obverse and reverse. The Mint makes their own blanks. They start out with a big sheet of solid gold, and they die strike these round discs, and they're as perfect as you could possibly imagine. And they test the weight to make sure they're spot on, because this is 0.9999 pure gold. And once they have selected the highest examples of the coining blanks, they are then inserted into the coining press. And the dies that are selected to do the striking are the highest examples of coining dies that exist in the world. And then on top of that, they are the highest examples of the pre-minter's art because they have yet to be minted. So everything comes together. The extreme tonnage of the press, which is increased because these are high reliefs. So not only would they be struck 1 time, 2 times, but even 3 and 4 times to bring out all the relief. That's why you look at Liberty and you look at the eagle looks like it's flying right off the coin. And Liberty has so much depth and so much detail that it truly is stunning. It's really the only way I could really describe this efficiently, because the first thing you see when you look at this coin is the stunning reflection of the gold. Each and every one of these coins are hand struck. Each and every one of these coins are handmade. And still, only 2.6% will grade in a perfect specimen 70 and a PL designation. Every single one of the prices out there that I've showed you are for coins that are not proof-like. And we managed to beat all the prices. I'll tell you how we do it. We do it with knowledge. We do it with connections. And that sounds really simple, but believe me, when you know where to go, what collectors collect what, where to buy, where to get in on the finest collections, that's how we get a deal like this. We're not sacrificing quality. We've gone all out on these. The highest grade you can attain, specimen 70, a designation of proof-like, one of only 642 coins that have ever been designated as a proof-like and graded a specimen 70. And at $3,995. I really think this coin is worthy of the moniker of being the coin to celebrate the 225th anniversary of the United States Mint. That's when the series began in 2017. Now, take a look at this, ladies and gentlemen. In 2017, the U.S. Mint issued 33,791 of these coins. In 2019, the coin we're speaking of right now, the mintage was a mere 24,610. And I'd like to remind you again, one of the most famous coins that we love to collect is a Silver Eagle from 1995, and it honored the 10th anniversary of the American Eagle program, the American Eagle series. Well, that coin has become legendary. That coin has become so sought after in a perfect 70 grade that people are willing to spend upwards of $30,000 for that coin. I give you this coin to consider. A mere 24,610 have been certified. It is designated a specimen 70, a perfect grade 70. It is high relief. It's pure gold. It's $100 denomination, the only $100 gold denomination ever issued by the U.S. Mint is this series right here. And I have to say, everybody collects the American Silver Eagle, and I love that coin. In proof in gold, everybody wants them. The mintages are small. Folks, you would be hard-pressed to beat this coin with an American Eagle in terms of low mintage, in terms of rarity, in terms of designation of the exclusive proof-like finish. This is a coin that was just released by the government from its own hoard. It reminds me of the General Services Administration, the GSA hoard, which was released in 1970 over a 10-year period to the great citizens of this country. It kind of reminds me of that, because there was an instance when the government was holding these coins, and they came upon them, literally locked away in a vault, and decided, the GSAs is what I'm talking about, to release them to the public. Well, you fast forward to 2019, and the public was literally saying, where are all the great coins? We are waiting for coins to be issued. The Mint is slowed down to a crawl. And every single issue that the Mint put out over the last couple of years, whether it be gold, silver, platinum, palladium, was scooped up in a second. If you want the most precious of precious metals, that's gold. And the reason why I call it the most precious, it's what everybody wants. It's the original form of money. It's money today, it'll be money tomorrow. It is a $100 gold denomination. And take a look at right there, that image on the screen, the obverse and the reverse. Truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk about the design of this coin for just a couple of minutes. First of all, the obverse. Created by Richard Masters and sculpted by the man at the mint these days, the man who replaced John Mercanti, Joseph Mena. This is the obverse, and it features a young Liberty donning a headdress from which 13 rays of light emanate, obviously for the 13 original colonies. And they are meant to represent the freedom and the creativity of the American people. And of course, the original colonies are represented by the 13 stars, as that's always the case. The reverse, designed by Donna Weaver, sculpted by Michael Gaudiosa. Of course, he's famous for so much work. And, you know, the eagle's depicted as it's preparing to land. And I have to say, the sculpting, the modeling, the feathering of the eagle, I mean, you are talking about one of the greatest examples of American eagle I have ever seen. It is so realistic. It actually looks like a photograph in gold. But that is hand sculpted, ladies and gentlemen. Struck in, that's the high relief effect right there. $3,995. Not $5,000 for a coin that's not a proof-like, not $4,800, $3,995, ladies. So if you like saving a lot of money and getting an upgrade, this is the place to come. They're all PCGS graded. The populations are small and the mintage is really, really small. This is rare coin territory at its finest. And this is a unique series, a unique coin, and the highest grade you can attain with the designation of proof-like. It's got it all, ladies and gentlemen. And don't forget, less than $4,000, $3,995. You can split that into 2 equal payments of $1,997.50, and you will get an example. West Point wanted to hold these forever. They weren't able to. I know you're gonna. I know you're gonna want to, and I know you will. So thanks again for watching, and remember, this is the lowest mintage in the series, and every one of them is here right now on our set. Thank you so much, and I'll see you soon.
Jack and Rick here, the coin guys. What we have, Jack, is huge. Huge as in the best we have ever handled, ever seen. Yeah. This is truly extraordinary. This is something, the kind of opportunity, it reminds me of the Great European Bank Hoard, which featured some incredibly rare United States gold double eagles that we're able to offer our viewers at just below market prices.
Right.
This, folks, is the Great American Silver dollar hoard.
Right. And I'm sure people are wondering, but we have.
That's not even a half a bag,
No,
Jack.
this is just a small portion of the dollar hoard that we are sorting through and cherry picking the best coins.
Approximately 50 bags and these were uncirculated mint state silver dollars. This is it's the greatest hoard of uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars that Jack and I have ever seen or handled in our lifetime. Again, approximately 50 bags, folks. This is one of the great silver dollar hoards in the history of U.S. numismatics. Bags and bags and bags put away for decades and decades and decades of uncirculated. I have to stress that. They're uncirculated. They're never been in circulation.
Exactly. These aren't your typical
Right.
circulated, low-grade, slick Morgan dollars, Peace dollars.
And we're going to show you the difference in just a few minutes.
Yep.
But there are mixed dates all struck between 1878 to 1935. 1935 was the last year of the Peace Dollar series.
Right, correct.
Jack, I do believe that, you and I, we work so hard, harder than any other coin team, I believe, in the country, to be able to find these most extraordinary, once-in-a-lifetime, rare coin finds for our viewers, you folks watching, and to be able to offer them at the lowest possible collector-friendly prices. As a collector, you and I are both collectors at heart.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah.
There is nothing more exciting and satisfying than knowing that we have a rare coin find that quite often represents a truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for our viewers.
Right. And in all my years, I worked at Stax Rare Coins in New York, the oldest auction house, numismatic coin company in the country. Never did we have a hoard of brilliant uncirculated silver dollars like this.
Jack, you just mentioned Stax Auction House. Now, folks, you need to know a little bit about Stax Auction House. It's the oldest, most established rare coin auction house in the country, Jack.
Right.
You were a buyer at Stax for almost a decade.
Oh yeah, I worked in the counter there for over 7 years. I saw a lot of coins there. I mean, Stax goes back to the 30s, back to the Great Depression, and they've handled pretty much all of the greatest rarities in U.S. coins. They handled the first U.S. silver dollar from 1794, and
now,
it's an amazing
folks,
coin.
He said the first U.S. silver dollar. He's not talking about the first year silver dollars were struck. 1794 was the first year they were struck. Jack is talking about the first 1794 silver dollar struck, period. The first silver dollar ever struck. Fine, extraordinary condition.
Right, and even a low-grade coin, it's about $100,000 coin. This particular coin, it's a special coin. You just look at it, you can tell this was not made like a normal coin.
Specimen 66. You were able to handle that with Stax Auction House.
When we got deals of silver dollars, and usually it was first off like a cigar box with like 5 coins or something. And once in a while, if we did get lucky enough where someone came in with a bag, a large quantity, those coins were circulated. They weren't uncirculated coins like we have here. They were just worn coins that people saved after they had been used in commerce for decades. So what we have here is just the most thrilling hoard of brilliant uncirculated Morgan and Peace dollars I've ever seen, and probably will ever see. I mean, this is just such a unique opportunity for a coin collector to be able to have this kind of group of coins.
Folks, other dealers, other shows may talk the talk, but Jack and I walk the walk. We have put together some of the finest collections for our clients over the years in Peace dollars, Morgan dollars, gold double eagles. We work so hard at assembling these sets that we have for you today because Jack and I recognize what a truly great buying opportunity cherry picking the finest Morgan and Peace dollars represent for you folks out there watching today. This is a great collector-friendly opportunity. If you've never acquired a rare Peace dollar before, this is the time to start. The set we've assembled, Jack, we're calling it our perfect Peace dollar collection. It's the ideal combination, offering exceptional, eye-appealing, extremely scarce, and uncirculated piece dollars at the lowest possible collector-friendly price. And today, Jack and I have cherry-picked some of the finest examples, selected especially for all our viewers who have never owned a superb, uncirculated silver dollar before. This is that moment in time to start collecting these coins, because not only have we selected some great high-quality examples of some great dates, but we have them again at a great, great collector-friendly price.
Right.
Please take a look at the first coin we were offering that Jack and I have selected for you folks in this collection.
The coin we have here is the 1923 Philadelphia P Mint. And you can see these are just beautiful
It is
coins.
stunning. Boy, look.
Look at that luster.
We're going to have a close-up on this. This is a brilliant uncirculated, folks, and that is so important because Morgan and Peace dollars are all about condition rarity. Look at this coin. It looks like it was just struck.
That's just stunning.
Yeah, you have to understand, folks, these coins were struck. They were dumped into bins. One coin would fall on top of another. They all have a lot of bag marks, almost all of them anyway. From the bin, they go through coin counting machines, and then they're dumped into bags. They were thrown on the trains across the country.
Right.
To survive an uncirculated condition is so unique.
No, it's a minor miracle.
And usually they're very heavily bag marked.
Right.
Here's some Peace dollars, Jack. I went into a local coin shop that I bought, and most people probably have Peace dollars or Morgan dollars in their home.
Right,
but
right.
like you say, they're almost always circulated. For example, this is happens to be a rare date. In uncirculated condition, this coin is worth thousands and thousands of dollars. 1934. Struck at San Francisco,
But this particular coin is far from uncirculated.
Yes,
This
it's
is like
very heavily circulated, and this is how most of your Peace
very
dollars.
fine or so, maybe.
Yeah. Here's another example. 1926. Now, Jack, though, even if they're uncirculated, they're again usually heavily bag marked.
Right.
Here's, folks. I have your typical uncirculated 1923P. Now, before the show, I cracked this holder around the edges. You can see it's all broken around the edges, so I'll be able to remove the top.
You have to use a hammer. These NGC is pretty. These holders are not easy to open.
You have to whack it really
damage
hard
them pretty seriously.
to get it. These are airtight holders. By the way, these holders that you see by NGC, they're state-of-the-art holders. These are the holders that the Smithsonian uses for their collection. So anyhow, you can see at the top there, it's graded at mint state. It's a mint state 60. But it's a low, it's a mint state 60. I'm going to take the top now that I broke apart so I could remove it. We could zoom in and you could see the typical bag-marked, uncirculated Peace dollar. And you could see all the marks over the surface of the coin and the face, just myriad marks all over the surface, just through the process of minting the coin.
Right.
They're struck, dumped into bins, go through coin counting machines,
sorted,
thrown into
counted.
bags. Exactly.
Oh, yeah,
And so even though it's never been in circulation, it has a lot of marks on
And
it.
those mint bags are heavy. I mean, you have to imagine this coin is in a bag of 1,000 coins.
very heavy.
It's about 55, 60 pounds of coins. And when they're moving these on trains into banks and stuff, these guys are not tenderly putting them. They're tossing them and dropping them, and they're just banging against each other.
Now, we're talking about condition rarity.
Right.
There are two kinds of rarity when we're talking about rare coins, folks. First of all, there's coins with absolute rarity. Right. One of the most famous coins, 1913 Liberty Nickel.
Right, very famous.
They only
coin,
struck
yeah.
5 in proof.
Right.
So even if you own the lowest grade example of the 5, it's worth
Millions of dollars.
Millions of dollars.
Oh, yes.
Even though it's the lowest grade, because it's rare in any condition. Morgan dollars and Peace dollars were struck in the hundreds of millions. Most of them that are circulated, like these coins here, I was able to pick them up at the coin shop for $35, $40. But to get them in uncirculated condition, this is where they become really rare. Here's a chart showing the total number of Peace dollars struck through the entire series. Peace dollars were struck from 1921 to 1935. Over 24 different dates and mint marks. over the entire series, they struck about 190 million coins. But of those, only 1.3 million have been certified in uncirculated mint state condition. That's less than 1%.
Right.
That is what's called condition rarity. Less than 1%, folks. That's why when you look at the values of uncirculated peace dollars over the last many years, here's a chart that compares the price of bullion to the price of uncirculated peace dollars. Now, Jack and I have never promoted bullion on our show. I mean, I remember a lot of shows would talk about bullion. I remember back in 2012 when silver bullion was around $32 an ounce. They were telling their clients to back up the truck because all these experts were predicting silver would be worth $100, $200 an ounce by the end of the year, or by the year after. I mean, these experts, to me, they were like the proverbial broken clock. They were, they were right twice a day. You never heard about all their lousy predictions, like the fact that
Silver's around $25 an ounce.
So all those people that back the truck up, they're really in the hole. On the other hand, we have talked about uncirculated Morgan dollars and peace dollars.
Right.
Back in 2012, a complete uncirculated set of peace dollars, and just lowest grade mint state 60 was around $4,000. And here we are, while silver has gone down in value, the price of an uncirculated mint state 60 peace dollar set has increased in value dramatically because of the condition rarity.
Right.
They're not minting or mining new uncirculated peace dollars. They were last struck in 1935. What there was, what they struck is all there is. So when we came across this hoard that had been put away for decades and decades and decades, and today we get to pass our good fortune on to you. The first coin we have in this set, the 1923p. Take a look at these 23p's we have for you today, folks. We've got these 23p's. You take a look at these. If you want one example, call in now. We've got 6 different peace dollar dates in total in this set, but we're starting with the 23p because this is the most common date in the set. It's the most common peace dollar, but in an uncirculated condition, it's a scarce coin.
We've got these coins for only $69 a coin.
For a 1923p cherry-picked by Jack and I. Hand-selected, choice, brilliant, uncirculated condition.
$69 a coin if you've never bought a Morgan dollar or a peace dollar before.
This is the perfect time to start, to get a brilliant, uncirculated example, not a circulated piece. Right. Again, I've seen shows where they show silver dollars and they're circulated. Most peace dollars are circulated.
I mean, these are coins that are virtually 100 years old now, and they look like they're brand new.
Exactly.
And they're not. They're almost 100 years old.
And it's only
$69.
Now, here's where it gets even better. I've put together this chart where I'm listing all the Morgans and peace dollars in uncirculated condition in order of their condition rarity, from the most common dates to the rarest dates. And this first page here are the most common dates. And there you see the 23p at the top. The next coin you're going to get is a 22p, considerably more elusive than the 1923p. We pulled a couple comps for the 1922p here, Jack. There's an MS61, kind of some toning that doesn't look so attractive. MS61 for $500. There's an MS63 for $632. That's the one that sold in auction. That's sold in auction for $632. There's one in MS62. Again, that looks like, it doesn't look very attractive to me, for over $1,800. Okay? Take a look at the 22Ps we have here, folks. The 23P
is $69.
If you want to add a 1922P to your collection,
you get the 2 coins, folks, for $119.95. In other words, the 22p is an additional $51. The pair for only $119.95. If your coin budget is only $150 a month,
this is the perfect place to start. A beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1923p, and then the next coin, the 1922p. And now, Jack, this is where it gets even better, because you look on that page.
Right.
The third coin we have is the 1925p, and it's considerably rare.
Much rarer.
About 6 times rarer than the 1923p. Only around 55,000 examples certified in uncirculated mint state condition. Extremely elusive. You take a look at the 25p we have that we are including in this set. Again, we bought this incredible silver dollar hoard of mixed dates. And when we get good fortune that comes our way, there's nothing we enjoy more than passing that opportunity on to you.
So it's not 6 times as much money.
It's not 6 times. It's not 6
should
times.
be.
It's not 3 times. It's not double as the price. In fact, folks,
you get all 3 coins for only $179.95. Less than $60 for all 3 coins. $60 each, $179.95 for the 3 coin set.
it really doesn't get any better than that.
$179.95.
For a beautiful, brilliant, uncirculated 1923p, a 22p that's even more elusive than the 23, and then a 25p that's about 6 times rarer than the 23p. I'm getting you should talk for a while.
It's so
now, Jack. I'm
exciting.
getting
No, I
tongue-tied
understand.
here.
It's exciting when we get coins that are this beautiful and we can offer them at these kind of prices. It does get a little. It can be a little overwhelming.
Now,
I mean,
we already have people calling in. Again, there's 6 coins total that we're offering today, folks. We have people calling in. We've Jack. We have some open lines, but I understand we've already had some people ordering the complete 6-coin set. They haven't even seen the other 3 coins yet. Well, let's go to the second page here.
because they get rarer and rarer.
This is where Jack and I really knock it out of the park, because now we're getting into some really, really rare coins. Second page, we're calling these the scarce dates. You can see there are no peach dollars on this page. There's some Morgan, they're all Morgan dollars. You have dates like the 81cc and the 85cc on that page. Those are $1,000
Those
in
are
uncirculated mint-state condition.
Famous coins, 78cc. Those are some famous rare coins.
But the
in there.
coins next coin we have, Jack, is even rarer than the coins that are on this page.
That's exciting.
The next page we have a couple peace dollars on there, 21p. That's really rare. Here's a couple 21p's I have here, Jack. Now, we're not offering the 21p, but you see it's highlighted in black there. But a 21p, here's one MS60 details, and this is a PNG deal. MS60 is a $550 coin. Again, uncirculated MS60, but again, clean,
Right,
details.
damaged coin.
It's
Right.
damaged. It's pretty much like a circulated coin once you clean it, folks. None of the coins we offer are cleaned or damaged. They're brilliant uncirculated specimens that Jack and I have gone through with a fine-tooth comb and cherry-picked out of these bags. And this coin by itself is $550. Here's another example. Same thing, details, meaning it's been cleaned.
Right.
A PNG dealer, Professional Numismatist Guild.
Right.
That's a tongue twister. I'm a PNG member. Again, it's a $500 coin. The coin we have is even rarer than the 21p. It's on the next page. Take a look at this. This is extraordinary, Jack. This is where we were so fortunate, folks, to get a handful of these rarer dates in some of these bags. Because the next coin we have is a
22D.
22D.
And as you see there with those pops, much
Only
scarcer
7,500 coins certified. There are coins on this page, folks, in mint state condition that are $1,000, $2,000 and more.
easily.
Take a look at the 22D we have. This is the 4th coin in the set. The 4-coin set with the 22D is $269. That's all 4 coins, not just for the 22D, all 4 coins. 1922D. Now the mint mark on these peace dollars is fascinating.
Yeah.
The mint mark on the reverse, when you turn it over, it looks like they use the same mint mark for the Mercury
Yeah,
dimes.
it's very small.
tiny.
It's just there below the word 1, just above the eagle's feather, tail feather there. Near the rim. Yeah, it's about 7, 8
There we
o'clock
go. We're
near the
zooming
rim.
in there.
It's
Now
so
you can
tiny.
see the tiny little D. That is the mint mark on the peace dollar.
But it's so important. It's so important to
It is.
designate this coin was struck in Denver.
Yes, because so the 22D is over 10 times rarer than the 22P.
Right.
And
It's a
so the
lot
22D is in the set, and the whole set is only $269. So we're passing our good fortune on to you. We got a handful of some of these rare dates, a fifth coin in this set. Well, Jack, we had to have a peace dollar struck at the San Francisco Mint.
yeah, of
The
course.
Peace dollars were struck at 3 mints: Philadelphia, Denver, San Francisco.
Right. Right. So we needed to add an S mint. We decided on the 22S.
We're so lucky
Again,
to get some
tough date.
22S's.
Oh yeah, tough date. You saw on that chart. There's about 6,300 coins graded, but mint state.
6,300 coins.
So a much tougher date, and we thought that was important to add some of these tough dates as we're going through this hoard. We're finding coins. We're figuring out what is there enough to make a few sets. And we found these coins. We thought this is the perfect coin to put in this set. It's an S mint, so condition rarity, tough date, scarce coin.
So fortunate
There it
to
is.
find some of the 22S's in this bag. So we're able to offer it at this kind of price.
Right. Yeah. This is just $379, and that's not for the 22S. That's now for the 5 coins.
The
The 4
5
prior
coin
coins
set.
we talked about. Adding in this 5th coin, just $379.
And
there's some, as you know, obviously we're getting into some much scarcer dates. That 22S.
There you see the S,
the
the
22D.
S, again, the tiny mint mark there, Jack.
Right, yep.
There's a San Francisco mint mark. That's, again, so important. This is not a 22P. This is about, 30 times, 40 times, 50 times rarer than a 22P?
Right, much rarer.
You know?
Absolutely.
A 22 San Francisco mint peace dollar. And that's all for $379. Now, folks, again, we got a lot of people calling in the 6 coin set. We said it's a 6 coin set. Sasha, what's the 6 coin? Let's continue on with our chart here, our condition rarity chart. What's next on that chart?
Oh, it's not even on that page.
It's not on that page. Let's go to the next page. Where is that coin? Here we are, the last coin in the set. Here we get into the extremely rare dates, fewer than 4,000 certified. Wow. We did get some 23Ds, Jack, only 3,600 graded. And you look there, for example, 1879 CC. Folks, 1879 CC, I mean, even in AU condition.
Oh yeah,
AU
famous.
condition is a $4,000 coin.
It's a famous coin, 79cc. Everybody collects Morgan's.
Yeah.
Knows that is a hard coin to get. It's an expensive coin.
Typical low-grade example, MS62 which is a good grade, but it's over $6,000, and that's where the market is for 79cc. Well, you're getting into silver dollars that have incredible condition rarity. So going back to that chart there, we've got this last coin to find a handful of these 23Ds in these bags.
Right.
You take a look at this, folks. We've got the last coin, the entire 6 coin set. Jack, it's $595. That's less than $100 a coin.
That's a great
including
value.
the 23D.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary value. This is just a great value. I mean, those 3 mint-marked coins there alone, we just showed you on the rarity chart how few of them exist in mint state. Those 3 coins alone could easily cost well over $600. But for $595 for this 6 coin set, plus on top of it, we're going to put it in a nice wood box for you to store them in. It's a great collection for the price. It's just an extraordinary price for this collection.
Yeah, we've got this presentation box for the 6 coin set, folks. This peace dollar collection. Again, we've got a lot of folks call. Do we have any open lines here? 2 open lines. Jack, we are not doing our job here. We shouldn't have any open lines for this.
Right.
Folks, well, let me just
Let's make sure
circle
they
back a little
understand.
bit.
Let's make sure they understand just how rare these coins
I've handled
are.
some of the finest silver dollar collections. I've assembled some of the finest.
Absolutely.
My clients have gotten awards for some of the.
Right.
Sasha, where is that plaque for one of my clients? for the finest known Morgan dollar collection in 2006.
Right.
I have clients who have some of the finest known silver dollar collections. That was the #1 set on the NGC registry. And here we have some extraordinary peace dollars, a horde of peace dollars and Morgan dollars, the likes of which I have never handled. You never handled in your years at Stax.
Right.
We were really fortunate, and the nice thing is we're able to assemble this in such a way that even if your budget is only $100, we're starting with the 1923p because that was the coin that was the most common in these bags.
Right.
We're able to offer the 23p's for only $69 a coin. And if you want to get more than one 23p, you can get more than one. You can get 10 or 20 if you want. And they're $69 a coin. But then if you want to build a set, the second coin we have is a tougher coin, considerably more difficult, the 22p. But we're able to offer the pair for only $119.95. In other words, an additional $51, an even lower price than the 23p. But then this is where we start really, I mean, this is a triple right here. If you can afford 3 examples for $179.95, we're including the 1925p, which is about 6 times rarer than the 23p. Here's where you're getting to some really scarce coins in uncirculated mint state condition. But then this is where we really knock it out of the park because the fourth coin is the very scarce 1922D. In fact, on my rarity chart, it's a rare date. Only 7,541 examples certified in mint state condition by NGC. And we've got this 22D included in the set, all 4 coins, for only $269. Now, I understand we've got a lot of people buying the entire 6-coin set. The entire 6-coin set's $595, but this 4-coin set for only $269 is a tremendous value. If that's your coin budget, that's a great place to start.
Right.
You can't do any better than that. Now, the 5th coin we have, because you're getting that 22D, now the 5th coin we have includes, as you point out, a San Francisco mint issue, the 22S, which is even rare, only 6,400 examples certified. So you're getting all 3 mints, the P, D, and S in the 5-coin set, and you're getting it all for $379. So we're getting a lot of people calling in. Do we have any open lines? The lines are currently locked right now. If you just hold on, we will get to you, folks. Just be patient on this. This is a riveting offer. This is the perfect place to start, our perfect peace dollar offer here for the collector of today's. Such collector-friendly prices. The 5-coin set for only $379. But then, if you want the monster set, if you want all 6, we've got the 1923D.
Right.
Only 3,678 examples certified in uncirculated mint state condition. Could we get a hand shot of this last coin, Sasha? 1923D, and again, that tiny little Denver mint mark, which means everything, because this coin is about roughly 100 times rarer than the 23p.
Right.
Because it has that tiny little Denver mint mark there, right at about 8 o'clock, right above the tail feathers. And the whole set is only $595 in the custom case. This is the kind of set, folks, this is the kind of set that Jack and I specialize in, offering you coins with tremendous future potential, coins that offer tremendous eye appeal, quality, and rarity. And you're getting this entire 6-coin set for only $595, less than $100 a coin.
Yeah, I could easily see a few of these coins individually selling for that much money.
I mean, we talked about, again, some of the rarest Morgan dollars, like the 1893S. In just mint state 60, AU examples are $50,000, $70,000, $80,000.
Right.
The lowest mint state examples are over $100,000. And here we've got some really tough peace dollars, the entire set for $595 with tremendous condition rarity, tremendous eye appeal.
Right. Yeah, they're beautiful coins. Stunning.
These are our selections from this
great American silver dollar hoard, an extraordinary hoard of approximately 50 bags of mixed dates Morgan and Peace dollars that Jack and I have cherry-picked, because again, these are really choicer examples from these bags. Right. And we were so fortunate to get some rare dates in these bags that we've been able to include in these sets at such collector-friendly prices.
Right.
Again, these are not your circulated Peace dollars.
No, these are not these worn out
so
coins.
important. These are
not these worn
circulated.
out coins.
They're uncirculated.
These are uncirculated coins. Like here, I'm just pulling coins out of the bag, and we cherry picked, but we almost didn't have to.
We're very careful.
These bags were well taken care of. Like, look, I just pulled this right out of this bag. I mean, these are the kind of coins that we're finding.
These bags were put away for decades and decades and decades, folks. Remember, the last Peace dollars were struck in 1935. Some of these coins were put away in the 1930s. Okay, this is a long, long, old collection passed down through generations from the family where they had these Peace dollars. It's extraordinary. It's the great American silver dollar hoard that we have here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. So in closing, this is the finest group of silver dollars we've ever handled. Right. It's extraordinary. I hope you can get at least one coin, that 23p, for $69 in brilliant uncirculated condition. If you can swing the entire set, folks, please do so.
Oh, yeah.
From the Coin Guys, I'm Rick.
I'm Jack.
Hey, thank you for watching.
Great to be here.
But please stay tuned. Please stay tuned, because you never know what we're going to come up with next.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
I love the Proof and Mint State Eisenhower Dollar Series. This is a great series to collect if you are a collector who is looking for something that has a lot of potential, where you can get some really beautiful and rare coins at a really reasonable, collector-friendly price. This is a series if you get the right coins with so much future potential. I've been focusing on these coins now for a long time, working with NGC, developing a NGC premium holder for the finest Eisenhower dollars. And today I'm offering you two different levels of sets of Proof Eisenhower dollars. This is the entire 11 coin set, all 11 dates. From 1971 to 1978, I have these sets in Proof 68 Cameo, and the highest grade in this pedigree holder, Proof 69 Cameo. There are no Proof 70s in the pedigree holder. Proof 69 is the highest grade, folks. Now, I focus on offering you the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. And that is what this pedigree holder is all about. I mean, first of all, I'm a great admirer of Dwight Eisenhower, the man, for his role as president of our country. He was a two-term president, a very successful presidency, a very honorable man. When he was courted for the presidency, both parties wanted him to run on their ticket, both the Democrat and Republican parties. Well, he chose the Republican Party simply because he felt he had more in common in terms of their values with the Republican Party than with the Democrat Party. But he wasn't a politician. He considered himself a soldier. And he was instrumental in bringing about the end of World War II. He was the Supreme Allied Commander of the armed forces on the European front. And the obverse of this Eisenhower pedigree holder has a picture of Eisenhower, the man, as president. But then on the reverse, you see Eisenhower on D-Day, June 6, 1944, addressing the troops. And that was one of the toughest calls, folks. So just imagine making the call to hit the shores along France there for the D-Day invasion. Because the day he made that call, he knew within 24 hours, he knew that thousands and thousands of our brave men out there would be dead or severely wounded. It was one of the most difficult calls to make. And there was no guarantee of success. There was absolutely no guarantee of success. In fact, he had a letter written in case the D-Day invasion failed. In the letter, he took full responsibility for the failure of the troops, saying that they did everything that bravery and valor required. They gave the full measure, and if there's any fault, it rests on his shoulders. Fortunately, the invasion was successful, and it brought about the end of World War II. And then he had this very successful presidency. Now, there was a ticker tape parade for him in 1945. And an artist by the name of Frank Gasparo happened to be in the crowd that day. And he watched as Eisenhower went by in his car, in his limousine, and he quickly drew a portrait at that moment of Eisenhower. And it's that quick sketch of Eisenhower that you see on the Eisenhower dollar today in this series. And now the reverse of the Eisenhower dollar, you have the Eagle has landed, which was, the Eagle, the spaceship that landed on the moon in 1969. So you got this incredible historic coin with all this meaning. Frank Gasparo ended up being the designer of the Eisenhower dollar, and it was something that was a dream come true for him because he was such a great admirer of Dwight David Eisenhower. My mission, folks, my mission is just simply to offer you the best possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. Now, proof Eisenhower dollars were struck in very small numbers. Here's a chart showing the mintages of all the Eisenhower dollars. A lot of Eisenhower dollars were struck for commerce. Almost 700 million were struck for commerce from 1971 to 78. They were struck in clad metal with no silver content. And a smaller number were struck in 40% silver. They came in these blue packages like this. They were mint state coins. They didn't receive any kind of special handling. When you got these, they typically had a lot of bag marks on them because they were struck, dumped into bins, and they would go into these packages that you see here. But then a small number were struck in proof condition. Proof condition from 1971 to 1978. And this is the really fascinating part of the series. When you look at the mintages of the proof coins, you can see several dates struck in clad and several in silver. And on a separate chart, we have the breakdown by date of the different coins that were struck in clad and those struck in silver. And you can see 71, 72 were the first years of the series. They were only struck in silver. Now, what's most interesting is the packaging used in that early era. I call the packaging ticking time bombs, folks. This was the original government packaging of these proof Eisenhower dollars. We called them brown Ikes because they came in this brown packaging. And the fact is, the longer the coins remained in this packaging, the more the coins deteriorated. Here you could have a beautiful, deeply mirrored proof coin. A proof coin, folks, is meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So they're struck in very small numbers compared to mint state coins because a proof die requires special preparation. They receive a lot of polishing. The dies are flawless, deeply mirrored. The coin blanks go into the die. They're struck at least twice under higher pressure. The mint state coins are struck once and then they're dumped into bins. They go through coin counting machines, get dumped into bags. These proof coins struck from highly polished dies, struck twice, and then they're individually handled. And then they would go into these holders. But these holders, apparently nobody at the mint, at the proof mint back then, knew anything about chemistry because the holders were not inert. The materials in the holders were not inert. In other words, there was something in there that would chemically react with the silver in the coin. And here's a 1971, folks, that's absolutely destroyed. Again, these holders are ticking time bombs. And that's one of the worst, but there's more of them. I mean, they're almost all like this. Here's a 1974. We'll get another brown Ike out of here in the original packaging, see what it looks like. This isn't bad at all, not a lot of toning, but it's just a regular Brilliant Proof, nothing special. So you had that problem with the silver Ikes. Now the clad Ikes, the non-silver Ikes, came in proof sets, like these you see here. And these were almost as bad as the brown Ikes. Again, the materials in the holders were not inert. And so the longer the coins were in these holders, the more they would tone, developing a deeper and deeper toning. That would etch itself into the surface of the coin. And you see all the haze in that coin. It's really, you know, when you consider the fact that they put all this work into the making of a proof coin, it's very labor intensive. These were not made by machines, folks. Nowadays, robots control virtually the entire process when you're making proof coins. These coins were made by craftsmen, polishing the dies, preparing the coin blanks, individually handling the coin. These coins back then were made pretty much like they made proof coins back in the 1800s. And then to put them in this packaging that just essentially destroyed the coins over time. I mean, it's really a shame. But that's what makes the coin sets I have for you today so special. Here's one struck, though. Here's a bicentennial. Again, a lot of cloudy toning in over the surface of the coin. Now, you take a look at these coins, folks. This is the entire 11 coin set. You had the 1971S silver, proof 68 cameo, 72S silver, proof 68 cameo. Every one of these coins will be absolutely pristine, haze-free, spot-free with exceptional cameo contrast for the date and grade. That is why it's in the Eisenhower pedigree holder. Only the coins that meet NGC's standard of exceptional eye appeal and quality, and then my standard, go into this holder. Because there's a lot of Eisenhower dollars out there, folks, in very high grades on the market. I mean, they're out there by the thousands that simply don't meet the standard. And I'm going to show you a few of those in just a minute. But you see in 1974, you had the clad and the silver issues. 76, you had the bicentennial. And that's really important. That was struck for 2 years, 1975 and 1976. Again, fully frosted surfaces, exceptional eye appeal, as pristine as the day they were struck. Every coin has been curated. And there you have two 76s, Type 1 and Type 2. This is very important. These two coins are among the toughest dates in the series. All the clad issues, really, the 73S clad, 74S clad, 76 Type 1, and 76 Type 2, folks. Those are the four rarest coins in the set. Number one, because they were struck in clad metal. Clad was a very hard metal, harder than the silver planchets. The dies that struck these coins wore very quickly, striking these clad planchets. So you didn't have very many cameo Ikes struck from these clad planchets. And then, of course, you had the packaging. So the 73S, 74S, and the bicentennial Type 1 and Type 2 are your toughest issues. Now, what is the Type 1 and the Type 2? Well, the Type 1 was struck in 1975. You'll find the Type 1 in 1975 proof sets. When you flip the coin around, it's really easy to tell the difference. Now, in the Type 1, you'll see the lettering is very wide. You know, United States of America, $1, very wide lettering. Well, again, that large, hard clad planchet created striking problems. it was hard to get metal flow into the deepest portions of the die on that very hard, large clad planchen. So for 1976, they narrowed the lettering, United States of America and $1, to make the striking a little bit easier. That is the Type 2 variety. And then 1977, they were only struck in clad. And 1977 was a transition year. The Mint really began to improve in their ability to make cameos. 1976 was really the first year when you bought a proof set, you could be guaranteed that all the coins in the proof set would have exceptional cameo contrast like you see on that 1978S. It's just breathtaking cameo contrast. Now folks, these are extraordinary. I've got a mission with these pedigree holders. This series is just too important to have a bunch of coins in holders that I don't think, in my opinion, meet the standard for the grade on the holder. And we'll show you a few of those coins now. Again, this is my opinion. These coins need to be strictly graded, and if they're strictly graded, they are very, very rare. And that's what we have in these 6/8 cameo sets and 6/9 cameo sets. We have some examples, graded. Some are graded by NGC, some by PCGS. Here's one. It looks like it was mishandled. You've got some spotting there on the coin. It's very important to note that all the Eisenhower dollars in these holders here, I have had every one curated. So any surface contamination has been removed from the coin. The surface of these coins has been completely neutralized. So when the coins are graded and encapsulated in these Eisenhower pedigree holders, you can be assured that they'll be as pristine 50 and 100 years from now as they are today. Here's a 73 graded by NGC. You can see some fingerprints on the coin, okay? And that's in a 6/9 holder. Now maybe those fingerprints were not apparent on the coin when it was graded, but the oil in the fingerprint develops over time. And so 6 months, a year, 2 years later, all of a sudden you see a fingerprint there. And that's why curation is so important. And this is a coin that just has a lot of heavy, unattractive toning. For the coins to go in these holders, they have to be exceptional, high-grade examples with exceptional cameo contrast for the date and grade. These coins, folks, this entire set in Proof 68 cameo. Again, it's all about the quality, getting the best possible coin for the date and grade. To go through this process, in the normal process to submit one coin, NGC charges $25 approximately to grade one of these coins. To curate the coin, as I've explained, they normally charge around $20. There's a handling fee. And then there's a shipping fee. They ship it back to you registered mail. That's the only form of mail they use. Your total cost, folks, is over $70. It doesn't include the cost of the coin. So your total cost is going to be well over $100. At $100 a coin, that's $1,100. That's what it would cost the average individual to put one of these sets together. Okay, when I acquired these Proof Eisenhower dollars, I worked with NGC to get the best possible rates to pass the savings on to you. I've got this entire set in Proof 68 cameo, folks. $100 a coin is $1,100. I've got this set, folks, for $495. $495. Again, everyone curated. So it's guaranteed to be pristine and flawless as the day you see it right now. An amazing set for $495. And I have a 3-set special. If you want to get 3 sets, the price drops all the way down to $43.93. That's $1,450. And then I have the highest grade sets. The sets in Proof 69 cameo. Again, there are no Proof 70 cameo sets of the Eisenhower dollars, folks. This is the highest grade. You'll be thrilled with the price, because again, this is not based on what the market will bear, it's based on my cost. Normally, when you go to the highest grade from a 6.8 grade to a 6.9 grade, you could figure on tripling the price, something around $14.95 or $12.95. They're not $12.95 or $11.95 or even $10.95. Take a look at every one of these. Every one of these, absolutely flawless. What does it mean to be a Proof 69? Well, first of all, NGC takes the coin and they study it under normal magnification. If the coin looks flawless under their normal magnification, they pull it aside and study it under even higher magnification. If at that point they see a flaw, the coin is a 6.9. So here you have coins that under normal magnification appear flawless. And they all have exceptional cameo contrast. Again, there are no 70s, folks. This is the top grade. I've got the set for $795. $795 for the entire set. There you see the 73S clad. And here's the big kahuna, the 73S silver. They only minted about 1 million examples. Most of them destroyed in those horrible, horrible Brown Ike body bags. Folks, do you know back in 1980, if you wanted to buy a 73S silver Ike, the dealer cost was around $150. Here's a blue sheet. This is a dealer newsletter. This is the price guide for coin dealers about what they should pay for coins. We show right there, the 73S Proof Silver, bid $140, ask $150. That means that's what the dealer would pay. And you want to buy it from him, he's going to charge you $200 to $250. And, you know, they're not going to be Proof 69s, okay? Most of them are going to be like the Brown Ikes I showed you. They're going to be coins that are heavily toned, that are not the best quality. They're not Proof 69s. So there you have just one coin. But, you know, the 74S is really about as rare as the 73S. The mintages are extremely low on all these silver Ikes, especially the 73 and the 74S. But this whole set, folks, only $795. We're getting a lot of folks calling in. I do have a 3-set special, and I would encourage you to take advantage of it. While I am able, I have a limited number of these sets in this highest Proof 69 grade. But if you want to get the special, I am offering 3 sets for only, it comes down to $59 a coin. $59 a coin, folks. $1,947. It's available on the 2-payment option. You can put half down today of $973.50, and we'll hold 3 of these sets for you. And again, I have a limited quantity of these in 6.9 Cameo, and you pay the balance in 30 days. We also have the same 2-payment option on the 6.8 Cameo sets. Now again, 3 sets in 6.8 Cameo are only $1,450. But if you take advantage of the 2-payment option, you put half down of $725, and we'll hold 3 of these for you. But folks, the 6.9 set is an amazing deal, because when you get 3 of the 6.9 sets, I've knocked off $190 off the total cost, bringing the sets down to only $59 a coin. That includes all the work I do to hand select the finest Proof Eisenhower dollars, have them curated to ensure their quality, to guarantee their quality, have them graded at NGC, encapsulated by NGC in their state-of-the-art holders using the highest quality medical grade plastics in a holder that's airtight. These are the same holders made by NGC that the Smithsonian uses to house their own collection, the finest collection of United States coins in the world. So with this Ike set in 6.9 Cameo, you're getting a Smithsonian quality set, really. The highest grade Proof Eisenhower dollars. I sincerely hope you can take advantage of this Proof Eisenhower dollar opportunity, folks. This for me is a true labor of love, simply because I've specialized in these coins and in proof coins in general for years. You know, I helped establish the Cameo Ultra Cameo Grading Standards at NGC. My first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, really was instrumental in PCGS and NGC developing the Cameo, Deep Cameo, Cameo, Ultra Cameo standards that they use today. This book was the pioneer. This was the catalyst to that event. So I am really, really conscientious about offering you the finest possible proof Eisenhower dollars for the date and grade. And that's what these Eisenhower pedigree holders represent. You're getting the finest possible quality and eye appeal for their dates and grades. And you're getting the 6/8 Cameo sets for only $495. And the ultimate top of the line 6/9 Cameo sets, folks, $795. I hope you can take advantage of it. I love this set. I love being able to offer something so special, so beautiful, so rare at these kind of prices. You know, that's the beauty of our show. You know, that we can offer some rare coins that are in tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The fact is there are some great opportunities, some great rare coins, beautiful, rare United States coins that you can still acquire for under $100 a coin. This is one of those opportunities. Thank you for watching. There is nothing I enjoy more than helping our clients build the coin collections of their dreams.
Are you looking to assemble a complete collection of coins but are having difficulty finding the rare ones you're missing? Do you need guidance in locating and acquiring high-grade, high-quality examples of certain hard-to-find coins? That's why Rick's U.S. Coin Show has introduced the Private Advisory Coin Team. Rick and Jack deal with many high-end coins for private collections that are not shown on our regular TV show. And now you can have access to these coins too.
With the collective wisdom of our team and the breadth of our relationships at Rick's U.S. Coin Show, we have access to the most prestigious private collections, coin shows, and dealer inventories across the country, all to help you build a numismatic coin collection of your dreams.
The Private Advisory Coin Team is for those collectors who seek those ultra super rare and hard to find coins that you only read about in numismatic books.
If you're interested in learning more about some of the rarest and most valuable coins known, call the number on your screen and tell our customer service representative you would like to be connected with a member of the Private Advisory Coin Team.
And be sure to keep watching Rick, Jack, and James on Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
I have a magnificent 25 coin Morgan dollar collection in superb mint state 63 condition. This could be the finest Morgan dollar collection that has ever been offered on Coin TV. I have specialized in Morgan dollars for over 35 years. During that time, I have helped my clients assemble many of the finest Morgan dollar collections in existence, acknowledged so by leading independent grading services like NGC. Here's one of the awards that one of my clients received in 2006 for the finest proof Morgan dollar collection, the #1 ranked proof Morgan dollar collection. And in fact, I have a picture of one of those coins from that collection right over here to my right. It's the finest known 1892 Morgan dollar. This is what I do, folks. It's about helping you assemble the collection of your dreams. And today I have a collection of Morgan dollars I have never been able to offer in the history of our show. You won't find this collection anywhere else. Why? Because it's simply too much time and labor involved in assembling just one of these collections. But Jack and I, we're the coin guys. We love United States rare coins. We're collectors. So for us, it's a labor of love. This is a phenomenal collection, folks. Now, there are approximately 100 different dates and mint marks in the entire Morgan Dollar series. And the Morgan Dollars were first struck in 1878, last struck in 1921. Now think about that, 1878. We were a much different country in 1878. We weren't 50 states. In fact, here is how a map of the United States looked in 1878. The population of our country was about 50 million people back then, versus about 350 million today. The Morgan Dollar series is part of the Old West, where people on the East Coast typically used paper dollars for their purchases. Folks in the Old West liked their silver dollars. These big, beautiful, and very old silver dollars. I've always loved superb Morgan dollars. They're almost magical. But there is that key phrase, superb Morgan dollars. Because hundreds of millions of Morgan dollars were struck, but very few have survived in superb uncirculated condition. In other words, despite being well over 100 years old, there are some Morgan dollars that never went into circulation. They were never spent. They never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. Again, there are approximately 100 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan Dollar series. And if you were to acquire every date and mint mark in superb, uncirculated, mint state 63 condition, a complete set of those Morgan dollars would cost you in the neighborhood of at least $1 million. And that is being conservative. MS-63 is exceptional quality for a silver dollar of this early vintage. It is in this uncirculated grade that Morgan dollars become extremely elusive and are most desirable. And MS-63 is the quality that I am offering you today in this fabulous 25 coin collection. Look at these, every single example, 25 different Morgan dates and mint marks, every one in superb mint state 63 condition. This is where Morgan dollars have tremendous condition rarity. They are rare in this condition. This is a set, folks, in this condition that's getting you started off on the right foot. That's what I do for my clients, offering you the most value, even more importantly, more future potential for your hard-earned dollar. This Morgan Dollar collection offers tremendous amount of condition rarity for the lowest possible cost. The first coin in the set, 1879 S, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. You can tell it was struck in San Francisco because at 6 o'clock below the eagle's tail feathers, you'll see that S mint mark between the D and O in dollar. The San Francisco mint mark. Now look at this coin, folks. Such superb condition, so few marks, so near perfection. It's stunning. The second coin, 1880, also struck in San Francisco. And then the third coin in the set, the 1881, struck in San Francisco. Beautiful, beautiful, brilliant 1881. It looks like it was struck yesterday, folks. And here the coin is 140 years old. Never saw the bottom of a cash drawer. Amazing. And here's an 1882 that was struck in Philadelphia. Now, when you flip it over, you won't find any mint mark. There is not a P for the Philadelphia Mint. Philadelphia did not use a mint mark in those early years. So if you found a coin without a mint mark, it means it was struck in Philadelphia. And then the next coin, 1882, that was struck in San Francisco. Again, beautiful luster. So few marks. These coins, folks, were struck, ejected into bins. They would go through coin counting machines, dumped into bags. To survive in this condition is miraculous. 1883-0, struck in New Orleans, a branch mint, folks. The New Orleans Mint, originally built in the 1830s. And there you see the coveted O mint mark at the bottom at 6 o'clock for New Orleans. The next coin we have, 1884, also struck in New Orleans. Again, every coin mint state 63. And 1885 struck in Philadelphia. Then we go to the second row, folks. Every coin hand-selected by Jack and myself for having exceptional quality and eye appeal for the date. Here's an 1885, struck in New Orleans. 1886, Philadelphia. 1887, Philadelphia. Again, we've got approximately 25% of the entire Morgan Dollar series right here. Talk about getting started off on the right foot in such superb mint state 63 condition. This is a tough date, folks. And in a few minutes, I'm going to show you the rarity of these coins in mint state 63. 1889, another very, very tough date. 1890, extremely elusive in beautiful mint state 63. 1896, Philadelphia Mint. And in mint state 63, this is the rarest coin of all, the 1897. Only around 7,300 examples certified in mint state 63 by NGC, folks. Extremely rare. And then you have an 1898, also struck in Philadelphia. And then we get to the bottom row, beginning with another New Orleans minted coin, the 1898. Beautiful strike, beautiful luster, so few marks. And then a very, very difficult coin, 1899 New Orleans minted Morgan Dollar. And then 1900p. 1900p, a very popular issue, very, very difficult coin to find in mint state 63. And almost its twin in terms of rarity. The 1900 struck in New Orleans. And the rarest New Orleans minted coin of all in mint state 63, this 19010. Following it up, the 19020. These New Orleans minted coins, folks, are so popular among Morgan Dollar collectors. The last year Morgan Dollars were struck at the New Orleans Mint was this 19040. And then the last year that Morgan Dollar was struck, 1921. Here's a beautiful 1921 mint state 63. $25 different Morgan Dollar dates and mint marks. 25% of the entire Morgan series. Every coin in exceptional, conditionally rare, mint state 63 condition. I have completed a limited number of these collections, folks, with a lot of help from our friends. Again, Morgan Dollars are all about condition rarity because almost all Morgan Dollars were heavily used in commerce. I have a great example right here. Here's an 1886 Morgan Dollar I picked up in a coin shop for about $35. Now, Here's an original mint bag. What's most interesting, folks, is that if I had an original mint bag of 1,000 of these 1886 Morgan dollars in this condition, at $35 a coin, that comes to about $35,000. But if this were an original mint bag with 1886 Morgan dollars in the bag, just they had left the New Orleans Mint, coins that had never been in circulation, an 1886 in Mint State 63 uncirculated condition is about a $10,000 coin. In other words, this bag would be valued in the millions of dollars if those 86 were uncirculated Mint State 63 coins. Morgan dollars are all about condition rarity. Over the entirety of the Morgan dollar series, as you can see from this chart, the Mint struck over 650 million Morgan dollars. Now, they melted around 270 million down during the Pittman Act in 1918, but that still left well over 300 million Morgan dollars. But of those in uncirculated Mint State condition, Mint State being Mint State 60 and higher grade, there's only 6.5 million coins for the entire series. That's 1.7% of the entire mintage. Less than 2% of the original mintage. But that's for all uncirculated Morgan dollars in all uncirculated grades. Now, if you're new to numismatics, coins are graded on the 70-point Sheldon grading system. From a low of 1, which is a coin so heavily circulated one can barely read the date, to a high of 70, which is a coin that's perfect under high magnification. An uncirculated coin will grade at least 60. This is a coin that has never been in circulation and has no circulation wear, but has numerous marks on its surface. So, for example, in our imaginary bag of uncirculated 1886 Morgan dollars, the coins with the most numerous heavy marks on their surfaces would grade MS-60. They would be the lowest quality coins in the bag. A majority of the bag of 1,000 of our imaginary 1886 Morgan dollars would grade MS-60, MS-61, MS-62. When one understands how Morgan dollars were minted, it's a miracle, folks, that every coin in an original bag over 100 years old isn't an MS-60. Consider the process. Silver coin blanks would be fed into a steam press. They would be struck once and ejected into a bin. The ejected Morgan dollar, which only a second ago was a coin blank and is now a flawless Morgan dollar, then falls into a bin onto another Morgan dollar. The next Morgan dollar struck falls on top of it. You can imagine the marks that would accumulate on these coins just from the limited time spent in this bin, constantly abrading with other Morgan dollars. But we're not done. In fact, we are far from done. That's only step 1. These coins then go through coin counting machines, developing more nicks and scratches, and eventually they are dumped into bags of 500 or 1,000, just like the bag I have in my hand. And then imagine one of these bags being thrown onto a train to be shipped cross-country to one of the banks. Now, a bag of 1,000 Morgan dollars would take up a space a little bit larger than a bowling ball. And a bowling ball is pretty heavy, it's 16 pounds. But a bag of Morgan dollars weighs almost 60 pounds. Imagine those 60-pound bags jumbling on a train for hundreds, maybe thousands of miles, all the while shuffling, grinding against each other. You might as well put the coins in a dryer and put it on spin dry for an hour. Now here we have the condition rarity chart for our condition rarity collection, folks. These are the most common coins in the collection in Mint State 63, and even these have a lot of condition rarity, fewer than 100,000 certified in Mint State 63 condition. The 84O is the most common. Even though almost 10 million were struck, only 98,000 have survived in Mint State 63, graded by NGC. But look how quickly the numbers declined. You get to the bottom of a page, the 19040 is about half that number, only 50,000 coins. And these are the most common dates in this set. Now we get to the second page. Below 50,000, but greater than 20,000. Beginning with the 1886P. How quickly they decline. The 1889P, which I had mentioned earlier as being a really tough date, only 27,000 coins. And we talked about those 98Os and 99Os, only 22,000 of the 99Os. These are the scarce dates in this set. But we're not done yet, because then we get to page 3, where we have condition rarities below 20,000. Dates like the 1888P at the top of the page, 19,800 coins. The 1882S, another O mint, that 1900O. And then that 1901O I mentioned as being the rarest New Orleans mint coin in Mint State 63 in the set, only 14,000 coins. All the coins that you see highlighted in bold, in blue and red, are the coins that you are receiving in this collection. At the very bottom, the 1900P and that 1890P, just over 10,000 coins surviving out of an original mintage of over 16 million originally struck. That's it, 10,900 coins, rated by NGC. But we're not done yet, folks, because then, as a bonus, we've got these extremely scarce dates that Jack and I were able to include in this set. It's a miracle, folks. I mean, to have 3 dates, the 1882P, the 1898P, and the 1897P. These coins are so elusive. You get to these very scarce and extremely scarce coins, folks. So few have survived in this exceptional Mint State 63 condition with so few marks. These coins are so special. Now, the coins we have in this collection today, here's a few dealer offers on some of the pieces that we have today. Here's an 1884O. That's a pretty good price. It's only $250. Here's an 1898O in MS63 for about $387. Let's round it to $380. Here's an 1886P in MS62 for $500. Here's an 1888P in Mint State 63, sold in auction for $460. Here's an 1885P, Mint State 63, over $1,000. We'll just round it to $1,000. Here's an 1887P, not a rare date in this set, but over $1,100. Again, a more common date in this set, still over $850 for an 1896P. One of the tougher dates that we have in this set, an 1890P, and this dealer wants almost $1,800. We'll just round it to $1,700. And then you've got an 1885O, one of the more common dates in this set, over $2,200. The last coin we have, an 1883O, again, one of the more common dates in the set, Mint State 63, over $2,700. Folks, you add those 10 dates up. Again, this is a 25 coin set, but you add those 10 dates up, that comes to over $11,000. And that did not include many of the rare dates in this set. Now, our goal was to offer a 25 coin collection of superb Mint State 63 Morgan dollars, but to do it for under $10,000. That would be less than $400 a coin. $400 a coin was our goal. but we put in the work. We've assembled a limited number of these sets, folks. And we have these sets not based on what the market will bear, but based on our cost, folks. We knocked it out of the park. We have a limited number of these sets available today for only $159 a coin. $3,995 for the complete, superb Mint State 63 Morgan Dollar collection, folks. Never in the history of Coin TV has a set like this ever been offered in this condition. 25 different coins, 25 different Morgan dollars, different dates and mint marks, all for $3,995, $159.80 a coin. It is available on the two-payment option. If you can't swing the entire $39.95 today, put half down of only $1,997.50. We'll hold one of these sets for you, and you pay the balance in 30 days. That is so very, very important because we've had these kinds of offers in the past. They've been so popular. We would sell out of these sets, and we can then no longer replace them at the original price we offered them at. So if you call in a few weeks from now, we don't have them, we can't offer them for $39.95, folks. This is a limited time offer. Jack and I put a small number of these sets together, and we're thrilled to be able to offer them at such a collector-friendly price. This is a set that you put away for yourself, your kids, your grandkids. This is a keepsake, folks. This is the great silver dollar series in all of U.S. numismatics, the Morgan Dollar Series, a series of silver dollars from the Old West, struck in mints from San Francisco, New Orleans, Philadelphia. The earliest date struck in 1879, the last year of the series, 1921. Every coin, beautiful, Mint State 63. So much eye appeal, so much quality, so much condition rarity at such a great collector-friendly price. These 90% silver Morgan dollars, folks, in such superb condition. You take a look at one of these. Here's an 1898 Mint State 63, so conservatively graded. We get a hand shot on this. How does a coin this size survive in this condition, knowing that they were dumped into bins, they went through coin counting machines, they were dumped into bags? How does it survive so near mark free? Well, the answer is very few did. And that's why these are so special, because very few did. These are among the few that we have for you today, folks, for only $159.80 a coin. The coin right next to it, the rarest coin in the set in Mint State 63, only around 7,400 graded. So rare. Look at this spectacular specimen. It looks like it was just struck from the die. It was ejected from the die. Somehow somebody caught it and managed to keep it almost flawless as the moment it was struck. Beautiful luster, full strike, a magnificent specimen of this key date in the series, the 1897, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. Full strike, every detail fully struck up as the mint intended. And this can be all years for only two payments of $1,997.50. My goal in putting this set together is to get you started off on the right foot. I have been building Morgan dollar collections like this now for decades, folks. And to be able to put a 25 coin set like this together, 25% of the entire series, for only $159.80 a coin, you're getting so much eye appeal, so much quality, so much rarity, so much value, and most importantly, so much future potential. Morgan dollars, folks, can be very, very expensive in Mint State 63. Here's an 1893S. This is what an 1893S goes for in Mint State 63, over $300,000. This is the place to start with the collection I have for you today. Think about this magnificent 25 coin collection in Mint State 63 at such a collector-friendly price, folks. This is a set that's a family heirloom. It's part of our history that you want to pass down to your kids and your grandkids. This is a keepsake, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a really, really special opportunity that we have here on Rare Collectibles TV. A magnificent Mint State 63 Morgan dollar collection, 25 coins, available for only 2 payments of $1,997.50 on this limited basis, folks. This is a limited time offer. Thank you for watching. Jack, these coins are a miracle.
They really are.
These coins should not exist, folks. They should not exist. They're 1899p, $5 gold half eagles. Let's take a look at the coins. Folks, look at these. 1899, Mint State 64, uncirculated, extraordinary, among the finest known. They are superior to the example in the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian houses the finest collection of United States coins in the world. Jack, do you know what the example is in the Smithsonian?
I believe it's only an MS-63, right?
Exactly.
Which is, I shouldn't say only, that's a great grade. That's a choice.
Extraordinary. It's
Yeah.
extraordinary. And here we have these MS-64s today. Look at this coin. It's virtually flawless. So few bag marks. These coins were struck for commerce.
Right.
Gold is a very heavy metal,
Super soft.
very soft. To survive in this condition is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Folks, these are half eagles, $5 gold pieces, which was a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
I mean, I looked at some stats, and in 1901, about a decade later, a high-skilled laborer like a blacksmith who worked a 60-hour week made about $16.
Wow.
60-hour week, folks. And so they didn't carry around these gold coins in their pocket. These mainly went into our banking system, where they were used for larger transactions.
Right.
Now, by the way, it's called a half eagle because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece with almost a half ounce of
Right.
gold. And so it was referred to as the eagle.
Right.
The next coin in line was the half eagle.
Right, the $5
with
coin.
almost a quarter ounce. They had a $1 gold piece that they struck, a
Right.
$2.50 gold piece, a $3 gold
Right.
piece,
Even briefly a $4 gold piece.
which they
right?
referred to as the Stella.
Right.
And so the two largest gold coins were the half eagle and the eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848, and they were able to strike an even larger coin referred to as the double eagle.
Right.
So this half eagle, a very large gold coin, Mint State 64, means they are uncirculated, choice uncirculated.
Yeah, I was gonna say choice uncirculated.
Exactly. Take a look at this specimen, Jack. It's hard to believe it was struck in the 1890s, so near perfection. Mint State 64.
So few bag marks. And for any of you who are new to coin collecting, coins are graded using a 70-point scale called the Sheldon grading scale. A grade of 1 is you can barely recognize it. It's
Very heavily worn.
Right, completely worn out.
Yeah.
A grade of MS-70 is an absolutely flawless, perfect coin. There is no such thing as an MS-70 coin from the 1800s. You know?
Right, exactly.
There's no
They don't
MS-70s
exist.
until maybe the 1970s, 1980s,
Or
or
69s,
something.
I don't think.
Yeah,
or
even
even yeah.
MS-69.
Yeah, they don't exist.
Mint state 60 and higher is considered uncirculated. Mint state, these are coins that have no wear. They never circulated. These are coins that, the mint made them, they put them in a bag, maybe they got sent to the bank, and somehow somebody took that coin from the bank and put it aside, or the bag stayed in the back of a bank vault, got forgotten. Who knows how it happened, but no wear at all. But the difference between a 60 and a 64 is a 60
Huge.
coin, because the way these coins were produced, distributed, they're struck, by the thousands, they're dumped into bins, they're scooped and put into bags to be shipped around the country. They're banging around against each other, counting machines, all these different things happen. So a coin might not have any wear because it didn't circulate, but it still might have a lot of abrasions and dings and marks, and especially a gold coin. It's a very soft metal.
Very heavy metal.
Yeah, and they get marked
Very heavy
very
metal, yeah.
easily. So a coin that's graded MS-64 is what we would call choice uncirculated, choice mint state. These are coins that have much less, much fewer imperfections and bag marks than just that 60 level that is still an uncirculated coin. But this is like that next level up in the idea of a coin being uncirculated.
Well, Jack, these, as I started off by saying, these coins should not exist. They came out of the Great European Bank in bags like you see here. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank.
Right.
Now, if you had, imagine a bowling ball in this bag, which weighs about 16 pounds. It's very heavy.
Right.
But if you had the same amount of gold in there that took up the same space as that bowling ball, it would weigh about 60 to 70 pounds.
Right, because it's so
dense.
That's
how dense gold is.
So dense.
Again, these came from an original bag. The lowest grade coins were the baggiest pieces. Right. These were among the finest from that bag, folks.
Right.
Now, Jack, I've got, for example, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce was a double eagle.
Right.
And this is the typical quality you would see these coins because of, like you say, it's a very heavy metal. They'd be abrading against one another. They would develop all. Look at the deep rim gouge there at about 8 o'clock. This is not gradable, folks. It's not even gradable because of it's heavily damaged simply from abrading and colliding with other coins in the bag.
Yeah, that's a good point you make about saying a coin's not gradable. For those of you, again, who are newer to collecting and this concept of certified coins and this Sheldon grading scale, these grading services, when they put a grade on the coin, if a coin's been damaged, cleaned, altered, even if it's an authentic coin, they won't give it a numeric grade. And so many of these $5 gold pieces, and Rick, you can attest, so many of these were used in jewelry, this size coin. Even if they managed to somehow still survive, 127 years later after they're produced, they're usually cleaned, damaged coins that were in jewelry. They have solder. And those are coins, not only will they not grade MS-60, they won't grade them at all. They'll just say genuine, authentic.
Exactly.
So it's really important not only that the coins have a numeric grade, but this 64 grade is a really elite grade.
Right. To put it in perspective, the single most valuable United States coin, which is in the Smithsonian, is a $20 gold piece.
Right.
It's one of the first ever struck. They only struck 2, but even this coin has deep, deep reading marks, deep digs in the
Another
obverse
coin
field.
fell
When you look
on
at
top
this,
of it.
yeah, when you look at this coin, folks, in the picture, this is the coin that's in the Smithsonian.
Right.
And you can see the deep reading marks in the field of the coin
or
there.
Another coin just.
So it's and like you said, you actually got to see the coin in person.
Yeah.
It was lightly cleaned at some point.
You're probably a little wiped or something, like hairlines.
So if it were graded today, it might grade MS-62.
61.
61. And yet it's the single most valuable United States coin, valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the record for a gold coin in auction recently sold for $9.3 million.
The doubloon.
And that's a very important historical coin. $9.3 million. But there's 7 of those.
That's a great point. The time to buy rare gold, I mean, this is the perfect time. These coins that we have, like as we open, should not exist. They're from the Great European Bank. Now that story, for our new viewers, is a fascinating tale, and it really starts with the Great Depression.
Right.
During the Great Depression, it was economic devastation in our country. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that there were 4,000 bank failures.
Wow.
And there was no federal deposit insurance back then. If you could imagine your life savings, 20, 30 years of your life savings in the bank, and you go to the bank the next day, and it's boarded shut, the bank had failed.
Right.
You were wiped out.
Right. Your life savings just went up in smoke.
This was happening to millions and millions of Americans. So there were those Americans whose banks had not yet failed, who were understandably scared
Right.
and terrified that their bank would be next.
Right.
So they began pulling their money out of the bank and buying gold coins.
Right. They're holding all their life savings in
And,
gold.
you know, if I had been around back then, I would have done the same thing.
Right.
Because throughout human history, going back to Egyptian times, the ancient Egyptians, folks, going back to 3000 BC, thought gold was indestructible, that it was from the flesh of their sun god Ra.
Right.
So across cultures, throughout human history, gold has always had tremendous value. And so Americans were buying gold coins. This was their security. Whatever happens to the economy, they knew the gold would have some value.
Right.
Now, this created additional stress on the banking system, obviously. So then President Franklin Roosevelt had to somehow put a stop on that. So he passed Executive Order 6102, which made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold or gold coins or gold certificates illegal. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold,
There are major
you faced,
implications.
this is back in 1933, folks, you faced a $10,000 fine
Right.
or 10 years imprisonment or
Or both. Right.
So you had people who were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They leave their money in the bank, and their bank could fail tomorrow. They buy gold, and they could get arrested and spend their next 10 years in prison. Well, there was a third option.
Right.
And so a lot of these people took this third option, and a lot of institutions as well.
Yeah.
Before this executive order was enacted, they were buying gold coins, and having them shipped to banks in Europe.
Right.
And they've been in those banks since 1933, sitting in bags in a vault, not moving, stationary.
Right.
You know, it would be one thing if you had a bag from 1933 and it went from one owner to the next. Each time it gets shipped and moves to the next
Right,
owner,
right.
it gets jostled around and the coins get abraded. These were sitting in a bank since 1933, about 90 years.
Yeah.
And so this bag from 1899 came out. We got these coins, among the finest examples from this bag, folks. And once these are gone, that's it.
Right.
This truly is a Halley's Comet event, the Great European Bank Hoard, except the Halley's Comet comes by every 70 plus years.
Right.
This is never coming by again. The
Right.
Great European Bank Hoard is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but rarely do we get something this early in this extraordinary condition.
Well, to even extrapolate a little, take it a step further, the Great Depression, that was 40 years after these coins were struck. These coins were 40 years old. What are
Yeah.
the chances that these coins were mint state in 1933?
Right,
These were
exactly.
somehow in a bag in
Yeah,
the back of
that's
a
a
bank
great
vault
point.
in the
Yeah.
U.S. for 40
Yeah.
years before they got shipped to Europe.
Yeah.
You know, it's incredible that they made it, that they were uncirculated in 1933,
That's
let
a
alone in
great point.
2021.
You know, and again, there were so few survivors because all those citizens had to turn their gold into the Treasury.
Right.
And what did the Treasury do with that gold? They melted it back down into gold bars.
Right.
Take a look at how much of the gold, $5 gold pieces, were melted back down
Right. So many were
into
melted.
gold bars, folks.
Right.
Tens of millions of coins.
Right.
There are so few survivors of the 1899p
Yeah, look at like a third of them
$5
were
gold,
melted
half
officially melted.
about 1/3 of the total original mintage. Take a look at this chart, folks, that we have for you. It compares The Liberty Double Eagle, struck from 1850 to 1907, the total mintage, total graded in uncirculated condition, 675,000 coins. And then you have the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, struck from 1907 to 1933. They've graded a little over 1 million coins in uncirculated condition. But then you look at the Half Eagle. The Half Eagle, only 200,000 coins for the entire series, far
Right.
less than 1%. And that's in all mid-state grades,
that's
Jack,
like a-
MS-60 and above.
They were making those coins for almost 70 years, and
Right,
and you know,
yeah.
so that's a lot of different coins, and there's still only 200,000 coins that are mint state.
Exactly.
That's only 3 out of every 1,000 coins.
And there are so few in MS-64. Now take a look at how few have been certified in mid-state 64 by PCGS folks. 1,900 coins.
Minuscule.
There are so many other coins that are far easier to locate in this high grade than the 1899p. I mean, one of the most common coins coming out of the Great European Bank Hoard was the 1924p St. Gaudens, over 100,000 certified in 6.4. Just 1,900 examples of this 1899p.
And there's some rare coins on this list, Rick. I mean, look, 1907 St. Gaudens, the first year of the St. Gaudens.
The 1907 is one of my favorites, as you
Yeah.
know. The first year of the St. Gaudens series, incredibly rare in 6.4.
Right.
We rarely get to offer the 1907 in mid-state 64.
Right.
Maybe once a year we might get a couple dozen pieces.
Right.
And that's
At
it.
best, yeah, at
That's
best.
it, folks. And there you have 5,400 certified. That's a really rare coin.
Yeah, more than double, way more than double.
To have this 99p, extraordinarily rare, especially in this extremely high-grade condition, folks. Here are some examples, Jack, that sold in auction, folks, in the past. These are auction prices realized for mid-state 64 specimens. Here's one that sold for almost $1,900 in 6.4. Here's one that sold for $1,955. These are prices realized. Here's one that sold for about $3,000. This is a perfect time, folks, to buy an extremely rare early United States gold coin, $5 gold piece in extraordinary condition, folks. We have these coins today. While we have them, it's a limited time offer. Again, you've seen how rare they are.
Right.
We've got these coins today for only $1,395.
Right, and you know, it's so important for people to understand. This is one of those deals that we got out of the European Bank Hoard. You know, I don't know if we could ever replace these again. Like if we're so lucky to have these. Who knows what the price would be? We want everyone to be able to take advantage of this opportunity. So we also have a 2-pay option. You pay just $697.50 now, and then we hold your coin, and in 30 days you pay the balance, and the coin's yours. We want
That's
every
so
collector
important,
have
yeah.
the chance to get these coins. when we have them.
That is a great point. We can't tell you how many times where we have something like this. We stress it's a limited time offer.
Right.
Once these are gone, that's it. We'll get somebody who'll call in a week later. The coins are gone. We can't replace them at this price, folks. Right. Okay, this is a once in a life. They came out of the Great European Bank Hoard from a bag like this. This is an actual bag from the European Bank Hoard. They came in bags like this.
Right.
We get one of these bags, a rare date like this, in this condition. These are among the finest examples from one of those bags.
Right.
Now, Jack, when we say that this is a small window of opportunity, there was a great article that came out in a coin dealer publication titled, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?"
Right.
Now, generic gold, the term generic, they're talking about the most common gold.
Right.
This is not common, folks. 1899p $5 gold Half Eagle, a very large gold coin. Now, here's the important part of this article that the viewers need to understand why this is such a great value. And what we have been telling our viewers now for the last several years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. What they mean by that, I recall a time a couple decades ago when if you had an uncirculated in the United States gold coin, you might have to pay 10, 15 times over the gold value.
Right.
You know, gold back then was, you know, about $400 an ounce.
Right.
I remember I had a double eagle that was MS63, and the gold value was about $400 an ounce, $350, $400. I sold it for $3,500 to another dealer.
Right.
So here, Jack, we've got a half eagle with about a quarter ounce of gold.
Right. Yeah, it's about $400 or $500 just in gold value alone.
Right.
Right.
Which comes to, you know, again, is a $4,000 or $5,000 coin 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
Yeah. And here we've got the coin today for $13.95. These should not exist.
Right.
There's one last really important point I want to make. These coins are rare in any condition.
Right.
These are among the finest known, but just to find one in gradable condition it's an extremely rare coin. Take a look at this chart where I compare this 1899p. Only around 13,000 certified in all grades. All grades.
Right, any grade. That could be a good 4. It could, you know, that's not
Right.
just mint state. That's just all.
Exactly. We're comparing it here to some of the rarest Morgan dollars. 1893S is by far the rarest Morgan dollar in any condition.
Right.
And the 1899cc. In terms of condition rarity, okay, this 1899p, only 13,000 certified. If you go to try and buy an 1889cc or a 93S, even in circulated condition, take a look at these prices, folks. Here's an 1889cc in circulated condition. Not uncirculated, but circulated condition. It's around $25,000. A circulated, not uncirculated, circulated, almost $25,000. Here's another one. That's around $25,000.
It's clean.
And it's UNC details, meaning it was cleaned. And then you have a 93S. The 93S, here's one, circulated, AU58, $120,000. All right? Here's one, $250,000. This is what they go for.
Right, yeah.
It's a rare coin in any condition, AU58, $250,000. It would be so much easier for Jack and I, and so much, frankly, more profitable to fill this stand with extra fine 93Ss or extra fine 89cc's, sell them for a lot more because they sell for a lot more. We'd make a lot more money, but they wouldn't be the best deal for you. Our focus is the long term. When we can offer a $5 gold piece in this condition, at this kind of price, only $13.95, this is the kind of coin you want to put away for the long term. It's historic.
Right.
It's a national treasure to pass down to your kids, your grandkids. This is something you want to keep in the family. For only $1,395, extraordinary quality, superior to the Smithsonian specimen.
The national collection.
Again, they should not exist. They were supposed to have been melted down back in 1933.
Right.
These were shipped in a bag to a bank in Europe, and they've been sitting there for about 90 years.
Right.
And we have the finest specimens from this bag for you today.
Right. It's incredible because it's, first off, most of the coins that went to Europe were $20 gold coins. People who are trying to transfer a large amount of gold, they use the biggest coins.
Yeah,
Not many
right.
of these $5
Very
coins are
few.
in the bank hoard.
Yeah.
And on top of it, what are the odds of these $5 coins existing? And what are the odds that in 1933, these coins were 34 years old, that they had been sitting in a bank here
That's
in
a great
uncirculated
point, Jack.
condition
That's a great
before
point.
they shipped to Europe? I mean, really is. Unbelievable. It really is a miracle that these coins exist.
Can we show the viewers that one chart one last time? Because you mentioned the $20 double eagles. For example, the 1904 Liberty.
Right.
That was one Liberty double eagle that was sent to Europe in many, many bags of 1904p Liberty double eagles.
Right.
And there you can see on this chart, PCGS has graded around 37,000 1904p Liberty double eagles in MS64. There are a lot more of those kinds of bags shipped to those banks. Very few bags of $5 gold pieces were sent to Europe, folks. Look how rare this coin is. We've got to close this out, folks. Again, these coins should not exist. They only exist because of the great European bank hoard. These are among the finest specimens from a bag, from that hoard, in mid-state 64.
2 easy payments of $697.50.
Please, we hope you can take advantage of this Thank you for watching. We're the Coin Guys. I'm Rick.
I'm Jack McNamara.
Thanks for watching. This is a beautiful picture. It's the, I believe it's the only picture known of Anthony DeFrancisi, the artist Anthony DeFrancisi, doing what he loves, sculpting what would become a classic numismatic work of art. And the model for his portrait, his wife Teresa, one of the greatest compositions to ever appear on a United States silver dollar. Both were immigrants from Italy, and they loved this country and what it stood for. They were proud to be called Americans. There is a story that when Teresa came in on the ship and they passed the Statue of Liberty, she was only about 4 years old. And she called to her mother and father, "Mom, Dad, look," in Italian. And she posed as this Statue of Liberty. And she was so happy to come to America. And the story was that when she finally got to pose then for this peace dollar, she was so thrilled. She later, after the silver dollar was struck, what they called the peace dollar, she wrote to her brother Rocco, "You remember how I was always posing as Liberty, and how broken-hearted I was when some other little girl was selected to play the role in the patriotic exercises in school. I thought of those days often while sitting as a model for Tony's design, and now seeing myself as Miss Liberty on the new coin, it seems like the realization of my fondest childhood dream." Folks, the peace dollar set is the perfect classic silver dollar set for the collector of today. Number one, they're rare in high-grade gem condition. Two, they are big, beautiful coins when you can find them in gem condition. The peace dollar design in particular is an artistic masterpiece. It was the crowning achievement of the Renaissance era in our coinage, which began with the striking of the St. Gaudens double eagle in 1907. The peace dollar was the other bookend to the Renaissance era, the last design of the Renaissance era, called the peace dollar to commemorate the ending of World War I in 1918. At the time, that was called the war to end all wars by some, although a British politician of the day was reputed to have said, "This war, like the next war, is the war to end wars." Peace dollars were struck from 1921 to 1935. There were 24 different dates and mint marks over the entirety of the series. 190,577,222 peace dollars were struck during that time, or about 7.9 million coins per date and mint mark. For those of you old enough, that was when dimes, quarters, half dollars, and dollars were struck in 90% silver. They weren't struck in the non-silver clad metal of our coins of today. The key to finding beautiful peace dollars is condition. These coins were struck for commerce, and the vast majority were used for spending money. Here are the total number of peace dollars struck and the number of Morgan dollars struck after the Pittman Act took place, where they melted over 250 million Morgan dollars. There were still 386 million Morgan dollars left. Now, when you look at the number of peace dollars and Morgan dollars certified in uncirculated mint state condition, you can see in the peace dollar series only about 1.2 million coins have been certified in uncirculated condition. The Morgan dollars over 5.6 million. In other words, about 1.5% of the Morgans have been certified in uncirculated condition, but less than 1% of the peace dollars. So far fewer peace dollars have survived in uncirculated condition. Now, circulated Morgan dollars and peace dollars, most of them, if you go into a shop and look in a bin there, when you see circulated silver dollars, they look kind of like this Morgan dollar you see here. Again, these coins were struck for commerce. And yet, while completing a Morgan dollar set in uncirculated condition is essentially impossible, it would literally cost you in the neighborhood of $1 million or more. That's a conservative number, folks. And I'll show you a few comps just to explain what I'm talking about. It is possible, on the other hand, to complete a 24-coin peace dollar collection. Affordable collection. It's possible for the collector of today to assemble a complete 24-coin rare peace dollar set in uncirculated mint state condition for around $10,000. Think about that for a moment. The silver dollar classic set from the Renaissance era, coin struck for commerce, with few survivors not being heavily circulated. Look at some of the rarer Morgan dollars. Okay, as many that have been certified in uncirculated condition, over 5.6 million, there are so many Morgan dollars, folks, that cost in the tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars. The rarest is the 1893S. Here's an MS-60, the lowest possible mint state grade. It's over $100,000. Here's an 1889 CC, MS-63, $60,000. Here's an 86 MS-65, $161,000. Here's an 84S MS-64. This is just a sample, $223,000. We're already well past $500,000, and there's about 100 different dates and mint marks in the Morgan dollar series. You can put together an extraordinary peace dollar set for a fraction of the cost of a Morgan dollar set. Now that, less than 1% surviving in mint state condition, that's a tiny percentage. But the vast majority of these coins that are in uncirculated condition are very low-grade coins. I've got an example of one. Here's a peace dollar. It's a 1923, and it's an MS-60, like so many are. Now, I've cut this holder open so that we can take the top off so you'll be able to see the coin, but we first want to show you the coin in the holder. This is what an MS-60 peace dollar looks like. You have to understand, folks, silver dollars were struck for commerce. They were very large, heavy coins. Once struck, they were dumped into bins. One coin would fall on top of another. They would braid with one another. They'd go through coin counting machines. They would then be thrown into bags. And why don't we take the top off of that now, Sasha, and we can show the viewer, once we get the cover off, and get a real good close-up so the viewers can really see all the bag marks from, again, a braiding with all the other coins in the bag. And Sasha rotates it around. You can see just all the tiny scratches and marks. Again, here you have coins braiding with one another while in the bag being transported cross-country. So by the time they got it at the bank, it was typically very, very heavily bag marked. I've got some superb peace dollars to get you started off on the right foot. It's the 1922P, 23P, 24P, and 25P. And I have them in two grades, MS-64 and MS-65. I chose these two grades because they're just the perfect grade, the perfect price point for an individual who wants to get started on building a really superb peace dollar collection at the lowest possible price. Take a look at these MS-64s. They're absolutely superb specimens. When you see these are hand-selected. These coins, folks, look like gems. They're absolutely superb specimens. How few bag marks there are, all with bright, brilliant surfaces. Any ugly tone coins are not included. Every specimen will be a brilliant specimen. As you see here, just superb quality. They are so scarce in this condition. And then the MS-65 set. The MS-65 set is an incredible buying opportunity on today's market. Some of these coins in MS65 just a few years ago were selling for over $500 a coin. Look at these. 1922p, 23p, 24p, and 25p, and they are so scarce in this condition, folks. They are extremely, extremely scarce. This is where the peace dollar becomes such a beautiful, beautiful coin because it's a simple design. It's an elegant, graceful design, and when you can find that cheek of liberty, pristine and undisturbed, and those big, broad fields, pristine and undisturbed, it's a stunning, stunning masterpiece. Look at this coin. It's breathtaking. I love the peace dollar when you can find it in this kind of extraordinary condition. It is just a beautiful, beautiful silver dollar, and it's at a once-in-a-lifetime price. Look at the luster on this. Again, these are not hazy, ugly tone coins. Typically, when you see peace dollars offered in MS65, here's one for $289. So the 23p. The 23p is the most common date, okay? That's the most common date in MS65. This is typically what they look like. Again, these coins are about 100 years old, folks. They're generally not very attractive. Here's a 1922p, not very attractive. Over $700. Here's a 24p, $800. Now here's a beautiful 23p, fully brilliant surfaces, just like the coins you see here, just like the examples I've selected. Beautiful, pristine, brilliant surfaces. 23p, $750. That's a PNG dealer. I have never, ever, since I've been on Coin TV, been interested in offering you a rare coin that I really didn't believe in, that I didn't feel was good for you, that I didn't feel was the perfect coin for you. Okay, the coins I look for, the hardest part of my job, folks, is finding the coins. Because as I always said, I look for coins with exceptional eye appeal for their date, exceptional quality, exceptional rarity, and at a great price. And fulfilling all those items is really challenging. It's a lot of work. The easy part is what I'm doing now, getting to show you the coins. Now, years ago, back in 2012, there were so many dealers on other coin shows offering bullion coins, and it was like, you gotta buy it. I mean, silver was close to $50 an ounce. I mean, all these other shows were talking about, hey, this is the time to buy silver, folks. It's up to $50 an ounce. There's all of these experts predicting it's going to be $100 an ounce, $200 an ounce, you know, within the next couple years. Never once did I touch any kind of bullion stuff. I mean, my personal feeling is that I'm not sure anybody can predict what bullion can do from year to year. I mean, it's like a broken clock being right twice a day. I mean, they may make a prediction and they might be right, but just as often, they're wrong. And so since 2012, in November of 2012, bullion was down to $32.50 an ounce. Right now, it's around $23, $24 an ounce. It's almost $10 less than what it was selling for just in 2012, and about half of what it was selling for at its peak. And today, these pieces I have for you are so extraordinarily difficult to come by. Take a look at these 4 dates we have for you. And we're going to compare them to some of the Morgan dollars. You see some of the most common Morgan dollars in mint state condition. You have the 1880S in 6.5, 35,000 graded in 6.6, 12,000, 6.7, 3,600. 81S, 55,000 in 6.5, 18,000 in 6.6, 4,500 in 6.7, 290 in 6.8. You can see the Morgan dollars are much easier to come by in high-grade mint state condition, especially when you go beyond the MS65 grades. I mean, look at the peace dollars that we have today. We have the 23p, 25p, 24p, and 22p. Look at the rarity of that 24p. Only 8,200 graded in MS65, 1,400 in 6.6, 94 examples in 6.7, 94 coins, and 1 in 6.8. That 22p, only 15,800 in 6.5. 1,406.6, 38 in 6.7, none higher. Take a look at these, folks. If you want a piece dollar set in MS64, the 1922p, the 23p, the 24p, and the 25p, for a limited time, where there are other dealers that may want $150 a coin for some of these. Sometimes you can get them for $100 a coin, sometimes for a little bit less. We've got the entire 4-coin set. Again, these are beautiful, hand-selected, brilliant specimens. Look at this 22p. It's hard to believe the coin is an MS64. These are so conservatively graded. Again, they are hand-selected by yours truly. Only the very finest examples. They are $479 a set. I have a limited number of these sets. It has been extremely challenging putting these 4-coin sets together. I rarely have a piece dollar presentation because finding the coins is a lot, you know, in the exceptional condition you see them in is a lot more work than finding nice Morgan dollars. Finding nice piece dollars like this at these price levels, folks, is a lot of work. It is a labor of love. Like I say, that's the hard part. The fun part is getting to show you the coins. They're only $479 a set. And now, the MS65s. You saw dealers asking $700, $800 a coin for the MS65. $700 to $800 a coin. That's about $3,000 for a set, folks. Every one of these is a masterpiece. They are so rare in this condition. MS65 with beautiful, high-end 6.5s, folks, with beautiful, brilliant surfaces. I would like to show you a 22p that you're not getting in this set. This is really important. Here's one that you won't get. It's the same grade, an MS65, but let's get a close-up of this coin. You're going to see a few more marks on this coin that you don't see on the one that you're getting in the set. The difference is one is on the low end of the MS65 spectrum. The coin you're getting is on the high end. Graded MS65, folks, but you can see all the marks, okay? These are high-end MS65s. Folks, the entire set, again, it's not $3,000 or $1,900. The entire set, I have a limited number of these sets. They're only $995. Look at that coin. All 4 coins, $995. Every single one is a masterpiece. There's the 1924. Look at the reverse on that coin. A very high-end MS65, conservatively graded with beautiful, brilliant surfaces, obverse and reverse. Absolutely glorious. The luster, the strike is full. Sensational. You know, it's such a beautiful coin when you can find it in this extraordinary condition. And then the last coin, the 25p. All, folks, for $995. Call in now. Very, very limited number of these sets in MS65. This is something we can only run every several months. Putting this 4-coin set together in MS65, especially the 1922p, the 1924p, they're extremely difficult to get in beautiful MS65 without a lot of water spots, without a lot of unsightly bag marks. These are the best of the best, and we have them at the lowest possible price, folks. This is something we really do as a service. There is so much work involved in putting together a piece dollar set like this in beautiful, brilliant condition, and then to be able to offer it at this price. Once again, in closing, I have to close it out now because, again, we got a lot of people calling in. I have very, very few of these sets. We have the complete 4-coin set, the 22p, 23p, 24p, and 25p in beautiful MS64. The 4-coin set is $479. That's not $479 a coin. That's for the 4-coin set. This is an MS64. You know, these are what I would call regrade candidates. Where you crack it out and resubmit it, and, you know, it could very well come back a higher grade. 3 great candidates, the entire set for $479 in MS64. And then we have small number remaining of the same sets in MS65 for only $995. We hope you take advantage of it. This is a spectacular opportunity, spectacular moment in time to begin building a fabulous, fabulous complete Peace Dollar collection in MS-64 grade. Again, this is so important. To put together a complete Morgan set in uncirculated condition is probably impossible. It would cost you in the millions of dollars because there are single dates and just low grade MS-60, 61. You have a lot of dates in the series that just by themselves are $50,000, $100,000, $150,000 coins. Trying to assemble a complete set, again, is probably impossible. On the other hand, as rare as these Peace Dollars are, the entire 24 coin set, if you want to put one together in just MS-60 low-grade mint state, you could do it for under $10,000. If you want to put together a really nice set in MS-64, you could probably do it for in the neighborhood of $25,000. Okay? A complete set in beautiful MS-64, and that includes a lot of really, really rare dates. This is just a great set. It's a classic set from the Renaissance era. Think about this. The one set from the Renaissance era that you can complete in beautiful, brilliant, mint-state condition and an affordable price if you do it over a couple years' time. It's something you want to really put away for your kids and grandkids. This is just one of the greatest sets I can think of that you want to assemble as a collector. I really want you to seriously, seriously consider assembling a Peace Dollar set. The set I have for you today is a great place to get you started off on the right foot. This set I have, this 4-coin set, is the perfect place to start. I mean, there really is no downside on this set, folks. These are great coins at just the lowest possible prices. I hope you can take advantage of it. This is a set I really, really love. They are such a great, great value. Thank you for watching.
A few days ago, I watched a documentary on the Revolutionary War. It was a 6 or 7 part series in 1-hour segments. And I was struck once again by the incredible, ultimate sacrifice men and women of our country have made time and again in the Revolutionary War and in many wars since to give up everything, including life itself, for liberty. That one word, liberty, so that we Americans may all live in a free country, a land of liberty. Now, when Patrick Henry uttered those famous words, "Give me liberty or give me death," it wasn't just a nice sounding speech. He really meant it. We are most fortunate to have inherited those freedoms passed down to us from the sacrifices of past generations of Americans, and that we Americans living today must in turn protect and preserve for the generations to come. It's all there on every one of our coins. That word, liberty. It's on every United States coin struck today. We have so much to be grateful for. And we have our coins as our inspiration, our daily reminder of who we are. There are many reasons I love United States coins, but for me personally, this is the most important reason. It is what United States coinage stands for, what our country stands for, and what we stand for. When I look at a U.S. coin, I think again how proud I am to be an American. Welcome to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Now, very recently, I gave a presentation on some of the most extraordinary 1957 proof Roosevelt dimes, and proof Washington quarters from 1957 I've ever handled. The largest group in exceptional high-grade 6.8, 6.9 condition that I've ever handled. They came from the most amazing hoard, if you want to call it a collection, I would call it treasure. Most amazing treasure of unopened 1955 to 1958 proof sets in their original boxes, folks, that I've ever seen in my entire life, going back to the 1980s. The 1957 alone, there were over 70 original boxes, 50 sets in a box. I've got 2 of those boxes that I still have left that I have not opened. These last 2 boxes I decided I will never open. These are going to be remain sealed because, you know, how often do you get an original sealed box of 50 proof sets over 60 years old? Very rarely. This may be the last time I ever see something like this. This was really a once-in-a-lifetime event. So these last 2 boxes are going to remain sealed. I mean, they're just keepsakes, really. Also from the estate, there were some boxes of sealed 1955 proof sets that I opened, and you could see some of them were flat packs like this, and you could tell, I mean, they were so fresh, they were all neatly stacked and arranged in the box. You know, these boxes had been sitting, I don't know, in an attic somewhere in a safe place where they had not been moved. And other than the fact that they discolored from the fact that they were so old, the envelopes were just absolutely pristine. You know, you get proof sets nowadays when you go to a coin shop or a coin show or whatever, and you see proof sets in these original flat packs. This is what they typically look like. They've seen a lot of handling, folks. They're pretty ragged, you know. They've seen a lot of handling. Now, in the 55s, though, they had 2 different kinds of packaging in that year. They started out with box sets, and then they switched to the flat pack. And there were even some sealed box sets from this estate that I have not yet opened, folks. This is really extraordinary. Sealed box sets, 1955 proof sets from 1955. The coins I have for you today are probably the Everest of all the coins from this estate, because these are proof half dollars of the highest grade. You know, of the highest grade. They're proof 68 and proof 69 Franklin half dollars in a quantity that I've never owned before. It's just such a thrill to be able to offer something like this that is so truly special. And folks, this has been an incredibly good fortune for me, because these sets, again, they had been so carefully stored, they hadn't been jumbled around. The coins were in such extraordinary condition. I got some very good grades on a lot of these coins, and I'm passing my good fortune on to you today in the form of some great once-in-a-lifetime buy-it-now prices. But before I go any further, proof 69 is the highest grade any Franklin has ever received. That's the top grade. There are no proof 70s. That's the top of the line. And you could see these proof 69s, absolutely pristine and as flawless as the day they were struck well over 60 years ago. The Franklin half dollar series is the last half dollar series struck entirely in 90% silver. That's very important as well. What makes these so special is the technology that was being used at the Philadelphia Mint back then to strike these proof coins, because these proof coins were still being made what I call the old-fashioned way, using technologies that were basically unchanged from the 1800s. But before I get into that, you know, it's really important to note that when I talk about these original proof sets, there's a cottage industry going on right now and you'll see them all over. You'll see a lot of them on eBay where people are selling these original, quote, sealed sets, original sealed sets. So I bought one just on a lark, knowing it was probably not original, just as an educational tool for you viewers. This one, it was a sealed set, 1959. I could tell first of all, by the color of the envelope, it was probably not an original 1959 set. Here's an original 1959 set. There's a big difference in the color.
This looks way too fresh. For a proof set that's supposed to be over 60 years old, this paper does not look 60 years old, okay? So, the lettering also is a little bit different when you look at the lettering the Mint used versus on this pack here. But then when you open it up, that's the giveaway. That's the giveaway, because the coins, while they're sealed in a cellophane, and you look at the cellophane, and the corrugation around the perimeter is not the same as what you would see on a regular proof set. By corrugation, I'm talking about this perimeter area. Now here's an original set, and this is what they look like, and you could compare the two. It's distinctly different. This is an original set right here. This here is not. Well, why would somebody do that? Because these coins look pretty nice, right? Well, I'm going to show you why right now. I had cut this one set open to get this 59.5 out. And it's a proof coin. And in the cellophane envelope, it looks pretty nice. But then when we get it out of the cellophane and zoom in, as I tilt it around, you could see a lot of marks and hairlines in the fields of this coin behind Franklin's head, in front of his head. You know, this coin has seen some contact, some friction. It's probably about a proof 62 grade. And so this is what a lot of people out there are doing. They'll take these coins that look okay in an envelope that have been, you know, that are not gem quality, and they'll get them for a real cheap price because they're low grade coins, and they'll put them in these envelopes and they'll seal them and they'll offer them as sealed sets for a premium. I mean, it's a cottage industry. Here's one of the best of all, a 1937 set in the original box. And I bought this from a dealer who was a very knowledgeable dealer. And he got it and he opened it and he said, Rick, this is real. It's a real original set. And I opened it up. You know, I've seen these before, and I had to tell him, I'm not going to give his real name. I'll call him Larry. But I opened it up, and immediately I could tell this was not original, because the cellophane here, you're talking about cellophane, folks, that's over 70 years old. This cellophane is way too fresh. It's way too bright. You get old cellophane envelopes, and they're yellowed and tattered. This is a fresh envelope. This is a set that was put together. It's not an original set. By comparison, I've got a 1953 set over here with original cellophane. And you could see the difference. Maybe I should put them, let me put them together, okay? You could see the difference, folks, between original cellophane and a cellophane that's not original. You know, it's really, really, really obvious. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to see this, you know. It's a giveaway. So this 37, not an original set. I had to tell him that, and kind of broke his heart. But, you know, I mean, it's what you expected. Again, there's so much of that going on out there. But when you get boxes like this, folks, that are sealed boxes with the postmark and everything, as it came from the mint, you know it's an original deal. And today I have really the heart of this collection is this group of 1956 proof Franklin half dollars. Now, before I go any further, for those of you who are new to collecting, you may be thinking, well, that sounds great, Rick. You know, proof 68, proof 69, that sounds great. But what's a proof coin? That's an important question. The vast majority of coins struck by the U.S. Mint are struck for commerce, to be used in commerce, for our economy, to buy things with. As with the Franklin half dollars back in the 1950s and 1960s. Here's a Franklin half dollar struck for commerce. This happens to be in 1963. This is the last year of the series. Pretty nice condition, but these coins, they were struck once on high-speed presses, ejected into bins where they would abrade with other coins, and you could see a lot of abrasions on the coins. And there's spotting all over the coin.
And from there, they would go through coin counting machines, eventually be dumped into bags to be shipped to banks around the country. Their objective at the Mint is to produce these coins as inexpensively as possible. Quality is not a priority. To do it as efficiently and as low a cost as possible is the priority. And so you get these coins, and normally they are, very heavily abraded, and they've got all kinds of problems associated with the minting process. On the other hand, proof coins. The Mint has been making proof coins since the early 1800s. In those early years, they were originally only intended for dignitaries, kings and queens or ambassadors, and they were struck by the handful just for those very special people. But then in 1858, the Mint made proof coins available to the general public. Now, they didn't sell very many over those next 50, 60, 70, 80 years because there weren't that many collectors until you get into the late 1950s. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So it's a very labor-intensive process to make this proof coin, this work of art. They'll take a die, the finest dies, and they will polish them and buff them until they have a mirror-like perfection. And they'll put the dies in place, and they'll take the coin blanks, and they are struck twice under higher pressure to bring out every detail of the design as the Mint intended. Every detail. And then, most importantly, once struck, they're not dumped into bins like commercial coins. They're individually handled, put in their own individual compartment so as not to abrade with any other coins. So it's a very labor-intensive process. And so they are struck in very small numbers relative to commercially struck coins. Now, in the Franklin series, beginning in 1950, which was the first year the Mint made proof coins when they had resumed proof making. The Mint had stopped making proof coins after 1942 because of the war effort. And then Nellie Taylor Ross, who was the director of the Mint back then, decided, we need proof coins. We need to start making proof coins again. They have always been very popular among collectors. And so the Mint resumed proof making in 1950. And you could see the production of the Mint State Franklins versus the proof Franklins throughout the entirety of the series. In those early years, again, very, very few proof sets were issued. This was right after World War II, folks. Our economy was just recovering from the war effort. But then as you get into the late 50s, you see more and more proof coins being ordered from the U.S. Mint. As our economy began to grow, as our middle class began to grow and prosper, people began to pursue their dreams, the things they were passionate about. And so you saw a dramatic increase in the number of proof coins being minted by the U.S. Mint. Until 1961, they issued over 3 million proof sets. And they reached a peak in 1964 with the Kennedy half dollar, when they issued almost 4 million proof sets. But you go and look at the Franklin series, the proof Franklin half dollar production only represents about 3.4% of all the Franklin half dollars struck. And then the 1956, only 677,000 sets. 56 is a vintage year, folks. When I got this deal of original unopened sets from 1955 to 1958, these were vintage years. I mean, earlier stuff you just don't see. All that stuff has been cracked open. I remember a group of 1951 sets. There were about 100 sets that a dealer had, but that was about 30 years ago. All that stuff is gone. This collection, this is probably the last collection of this kind of magnitude and quality that I'll ever have. And I get to offer these incredible Franklin halves today at such a great price. I'd like you to take a close-up look at these coins, folks. They're just absolutely phenomenal.
The Proof 68s, first of all, I instructed NGC to have every coin curated, which means every coin goes through a process where any possible contaminant or residue that's on the coin is removed from the coin. So the coin is absolutely pristine when it's graded and encapsulated. Every coin then is encapsulated in NGC's state-of-the-art holder using the highest grade medical grade plastics, and they're airtight. And then finally, to go in this pedigree holder that you see here, it's called the We the People holder. It's called the We the People holder because Franklin was one of our founding fathers. And those are the first three words in our Constitution. The We the People holder, folks, means every coin has been reviewed by me, and only those examples that have the highest quality and eye appeal for the date and grade go into this holder. And what that means, that's so important, is that when you go to sell this coin or pass it on to your kids, 20 years from now, 50 years from now, 100 years from now, these are going to be the greatest premium Franklins in existence in these pedigree holders. And the best part of all is you don't have to pay a pedigree price. Again, I got the most amazing group of sealed sets that came out with, I mean, the quality was beyond my wildest dreams. I had several hundred examples that graded Proof 68, and a couple hundred that graded Proof 69. I'd like you to take a look at these populations here to give you an idea how rare Franklins are in Proof 69, folks. Now you see the total number of proofs struck by the U.S. Mint over the entirety of the series of Proof Franklin half dollars, 15,886,955 Proof Franklins over the entire series. But look how few have been certified in these highest grades at the very bottom for the entire series. And this is what we call condition rarity. I mean, these proof coins are rare to begin with. They only represent about 3% of the total mintage of all the Franklin half dollars struck. But when we get to the bottom of the page there, this is what's most important and what you need to pay most attention to. Again, Proof 70s do not exist in this early era. These coins were made the old-fashioned way. They didn't have computers. They didn't have robots making these proof coins like they do today. These coins and dies were prepared by craftsmen. Okay, they're all handmade, hand-prepared dies, and it's a big difference, folks. These were made by craftsmen, not by machines. So to get these in Proof 68, you look at how few Proof 68s for the entire series, only 51,000 coins for the entire series. Now, in the We the People holder, 56 Type 2, only 421 coins. And then for the entire series, in Proof 69, 7,700 coins. I did the math, and when you look at all the Franklin half dollars struck, folks, a Proof 69 Franklin represents about 1 in every 60,000 Franklin half dollars originally minted. A Proof 69. And in this pedigree We the People holder, only 277 examples. This series has grown so much in popularity. There have been so many record prices over the last couple years in auction. Here's a 1956. This is an ANAX coin, a top-rated seller. Proof 67, $250. Here's a Proof 68. Again, a top-rated seller, $549. Here's one for $499. And now this is more recent. In fact, I just pulled this off the internet yesterday. Proof 69, Type 2. A dealer with 100% positive feedback, over 2,600 happy customers, $744. Here's another dealer, 99.9% positive feedback, over 38,000 happy customers. Okay, that's a big time dealer, a wholesaler, okay? I know those individuals, and they sell coins at really, really great prices. And they've got their 1956 the Type 2 for only $525. That's an extraordinary price for a highest grade, rare, Proof 69 Franklin. Here's one being offered by a P&G dealer, Professional Numismatists Guild. I'm a P&G dealer. I mean, that's the highest category of being a numismatist, to belong to the guild. He's got a very, very fair price for his coin of only $590. Now, if you want a 1956 Type 2 in Proof 68 condition, call in now. I have these coins for $179. These stunning Proof 68s, frankly, again, when you study this coin under a light, you're going to be hard-pressed to find a flaw on it. It's absolutely flawless to the eye for only $179. But I don't want you to get just one. If you get 5 of these in Proof 68, I've got a nice group of these, and while I have them, I can offer you 5 for only $875. That's $175 a coin. And if you get 5, you will get a signed softcover edition, the 3rd edition of my Franklin and Kennedy guidebook by Whitman Publishing. This is the best part of all. This was the cream of the entire collection. Again, this is 1955 to 1958 proof sets. And the 1956 halves in this group were of the most extraordinary quality that I had ever handled. I mean, here they'd been stored since 1956 in these mint boxes, sealed in these boxes. They hadn't moved. I don't know where they were stored, but they hadn't moved since 1956. And every one of the sets, when I cut them boxes open, they were also neatly stacked in rows. You know, it was like a time capsule. And the coins were just absolutely extraordinary, as if they had just been struck. And here they were all these years, as pristine and fresh as one could hope for. Again, we did the curation. We removed any possible contaminant that could discolor the coin, had them graded in these state-of-the-art NGC holders, airtight. I reviewed every one to certify, again, that it meets the highest standards for an exceptional Proof 69 Franklin, folks. And I'm not asking $895 or $995. You know, I'm not asking a premium. I mean, other dealers are asking $600, $700 for generic NGC Proof 69 Franklins. I got a great deal on these, and I'm pricing it not based on what the market will bear, but again, based on my cost. So I don't have these at $795 or $595 or even $495. Call in now while I have these. They're $395 a coin. $395 a coin. This is as good as it gets. Among the finest surviving Franklins out of 460 million Franklins in mint state and proof originally struck, a handful of the finest known surviving in Proof 69 highest grade condition. But don't stop there. While I have them, I'm able to offer you 5 of these coins. If you really want to take advantage of this incredible once-in-a-lifetime offer, you can get 5 for only $1,795. That's $359 a coin. $359 a coin. And when you get 5, again, you will get a signed softcover edition, the 3rd edition of my Franklin and Kennedy guidebook. But I'm not done yet. This is my biggest deal of all. While I'm able to do this, if you want to get 10 1956 Type 2 Franklins, Proof 69, highest grade, in the NGC pedigree holder, which, by the way, if you go on the NGC website, These NGC pedigree holders have their own individual unique population numbers, individual census numbers, separate from the generic numbers. These numbers are much, much lower than the generic Franklins because, again, only those coins that pass my scrutiny go into these holders. You can get 10 of these for only $349.50, $3,495 for 10 of the most amazing proof Franklins you will ever see in your entire life, folks. Nobody can touch this offer that I have for you today. And I have a limited number of these third editions left in the hard cover. In the hard cover, these are the Special Collector's Library Edition hardcover. They're all hand-signed and numbered. I have a limited number of these. You will get one of these when you get the 10-coin collection of these 1956 Franklins in proof 69 condition. Now, in closing, I've been very, very busy working on a couple books. We are, as I speak, going to be having a reprint of my very first book. I hope to have this out in 3 to 6 months. It's been a lot of work getting the pictures reprinted as accurate as they were in the first book. So we accomplished that, and that book is going to be ready for production very soon. But this one is the big kahuna, folks. This is going to be an encyclopedia. This is the most comprehensive book I've ever done on the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's going to cover so many different areas that weren't covered in any of the other books. I'm going to talk about grading. I'm going to talk about the NGC census. I'm going to talk about the NGC registry. There'll be a date-by-date analysis of every date in the series with pictures of finest known examples of every date in the series. And most importantly, it's going to cover all those later date Kennedy half dollars as well. The book's going to be over 400 pages, folks. It's going to be coffee table size. The normal Whitman books are of this dimension, and these books are going to be more like 8.5 by 11. It's a huge, huge undertaking, and I've got this kind of draft copy to show you. This may be the cover, but we may change it. But I kind of like this cover because here you've got, again, the pedigree Franklin We the People holder, and you also have the pedigree Kennedy aspiration holder. And again, what these holders signify is that these are coins that have been reviewed by me and are considered to be exceptional for the date and grade, and those are the coins that go into these holders. I just thought, you know, I've been dealing and specializing in these coins since the 1980s. And over the years, I'd seen a lot of coins that I didn't necessarily think were the best coins for the grade. For example, I've got just in my hand here, here's a 1960. Proof 67. Now, it's an accurate grade, okay? This NGC Proof 67. I'm not going to quarrel with the grade. I would consider it 6.7, but look at the milk spot above God at the bottom there at around 7 o'clock. You know, I look at that and I say, yeah, it's an accurate grade, but it's not a pedigree quality coin. It's not a We the People quality Franklin. All these Proof 68s, Proof 69s, you look at these folks, and they're absolutely perfect to the eye. There's no haze, no spots. It's as good as it gets. Again, in closing, you get the 10 coin special, folks. If you can't swing the entire amount, put half down today of $1,747.50, and we will hold 10 of these examples for you. And that is so important because I have a limited quantity. This is a limited time offer. I sincerely hope you're able to take advantage of it. I hope you've enjoyed this presentation. This has been an historic moment to be able to offer some of the finest proof coins from the most amazing collection of sealed sets from the 1950s, sealed proof sets, folks. I will have a couple more presentations from this collection in the future, but what I have right here, this is one of the main attractions, okay? This is just breathtaking, absolutely breathtaking in its scope. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you take advantage of it. These are the kind of coins you really want to pass down to your kids and your grandkids. The finest proof coins, the finest coins, period, from this era, where I've passed my good fortune on to you, offering these coins at some great, great prices. Thank you for watching. Rick's U.S. Coin Show. And if you are tuning in for the very first time, I would say you have perfect timing. Because I have a 3-coin set today that is, from my experience, and this goes back to the 1980s, folks, beginning with my first book that came out, that really was a groundbreaking book in informing the collector of that day about the rarity of some of the coins struck from 1950 to 1970. And in fact, this book has been so instrumental in changing the face of numismatics in terms of the interest in coins struck after World War II that I'm actually working on having a reprint of this first edition to be released sometime, hopefully in the next year. I've seen copies of brand new copies, unused copies of people asking over $1,000 for unused copies of my very first book, which is really flattering. But most importantly, what it tells me is that the book has had legs. It's had this importance to collectors of today simply because the information in it has stood the test of time. And that's what I'm most proud of, because when I first wrote it, that was my goal, to write a book that would have information that stood the test of time. And today I'm going to talk to you about the Kennedy half dollars, first struck in 1964. It's the longest running half dollar series in the history of the United States coinage. The interest in this series is growing by the year, folks, and for very good reason. It's a great series. It's with all these beautiful half dollars, which are the largest coins struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint today. And they are, once again, being struck for commerce. It was just announced in a headline not very long ago that the Kennedy half dollars, which had been reserved for collectors, would once again be struck for commerce and be released to banks around the country. So it would represent the largest half dollar in commerce once again. Also, very recently, first time ever, a Kennedy half dollar sold for $100,000 in auction. This is something I predicted decades ago. I told my clients, there's going to come a time when there will be Kennedy half dollars that will sell for $50,000, $100,000 and more. Wasn't very long ago in 2019, a 1964 Kennedy. It was a special mint set example. It wasn't the finest known. It sold for $108,000. Folks, that's just the beginning. I also noted in that same article that that same coin, just a few years earlier, had sold for something like $47,000. So it had over doubled in value in a very, very short time span. Folks, I know the Kennedy half dollar series better than anyone else in the country. This has been my life's work. Franklin half dollars, Kennedy half dollars, it was my source central to my very first book, which again, we're going to have working on having reprints made of this first book, Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage. But it's going to be central to this new book coming out. And this is something I'm really excited about, because I wanted this to be really the standard for today and future collectors who want to learn and understand everything there is to know about Franklin and Kennedy half dollars in mint state and proof condition. It's not just going to be a guidebook like most of the Whitman books. Most of the Whitman books, they have their guidebook series, which is great. And most, I have published previous books on this series through their guidebook. This book actually received the Numismatic Literary Guild Award for Extraordinary Merit, which I was very proud of. But this encyclopedia, again, it's going to be a much larger book published by Whitman, and it will be an encyclopedia with just everything you need to know about Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's a massive undertaking, but I'm really proud to be able to show this kind of draft and this mock-up of a possible front cover for the book. So it is that close to publication, I'm not going to give a date, but we are very far along. Most of our photography is completed. It's really, really exciting. Now, the coins I have for you today, folks, it's, to me, the most underrated coin in the Kennedy half dollar series. You see the mint coming out with all these new Kennedy half dollars, struck in silver and proof and selling for hundreds and hundreds and thousands of dollars. When the fact is, of all the Kennedy half dollars struck by the United States Mint, beginning with the very first year of the series, 1964, the special mint set Kennedy half dollars struck from 1965 to 1967 have always, from the very beginning, captured my attention. In fact, it was a special mint set Kennedy half dollar, a 1967, that really inspired my interest and potential in these coins as a great coin to collect, with tremendous potential for the collector. I mean, that coin was so important, I included it on the cover of my first book. Here's a 1967 special mint set Kennedy half dollar. That coin today would sell for over $10,000. Now, the set I have for you today, the last time I made a presentation on these coins, it was like 6-7 years ago, folks. And a lot has happened since then. There have been, again, record prices for special mint set Kennedy half dollars, selling for $30,000, $50,000, and more. So the question is, why am I so enthusiastic about these coins? Why do I believe in them so strongly for the collectors out there in terms of what they offer in their eye appeal, their quality, their rarity? It gives so much future opportunity for the collector of today. Well, how many opportunities are there for the collector of today to acquire United States minted half dollars struck over 50 years ago that rank among the finest known, are among the finest surviving specimens, and are extremely scarce as such, and acquire such coins for under $1,000 a coin, under $500 a coin, maybe even under $300 a coin? Well, the answer is there aren't many of those opportunities. Let me get to the point. As I said in the opening, the Kennedy half dollar series is the longest running half dollar series in the history of United States coinage. The Mint celebrated its 50th anniversary of the series in 2014 with several special issues. Collectors were lined up around the block at the American Numismatic Show that year to be among the first to acquire one of those coins. This that I have for you today is an exclusive. I have spent my adult life as a numismatist focusing on the finest United States proof and special mint set coins. I would like you to see this complete set that I have for you today. All three dates, bordering on perfection, essentially flawless to the eye. And that is important to understand because these coins do not exist in MS-70, folks. 70 represents perfection, the highest possible grade any coin can achieve. There is no coin from this era that's ever graded in 70. There never will be. And these coins in Mint State 67, these special Mint Set Kennedy half dollars, represent the perfect grade at the perfect price point for the special Mint Set Kennedy half dollar. Look at these gorgeous, gorgeous specimens. And every one has been hand-selected by me to be encapsulated in this proprietary pedigreed Kennedy holder. I call it the Kennedy Aspiration holder. Some call it the We Choose to Go to the Moon holder. I call it the Kennedy Aspiration holder because when I was working with NGC to design an exclusive holder where I would hand select only the finest examples that would qualify for that holder, and in designing the Kennedy holder, I asked myself, what was he most known for in his brief time he was president? Well, in his inaugural address, I remember that famous quote I've always remembered since I was a kid. Ask not what your country can do for you.
Ask what you can do for your country.
One of the great quotes any president has made, and something that, for all us Americans, it's good to remember. And then about a year later, at Rice University, he gave a speech where he announced that we choose to go to the moon. And it followed up where he said, it not because it is easy, but because it is hard. And that we choose to do this, accomplish this feat by the end of the decade. Now, he didn't live, of course, to see that. But we did accomplish that feat in 1969, July of 1969, where we landed a man on the moon and brought them back safely. And it's amazing. That was over 50 years ago. And we are still the only country to have landed a man or a woman on the moon and bring them back safely. An extraordinary, extraordinary achievement. Now, getting back to coins. Beginning in 1858, if you were a collector who desired to own the finest possible quality the Mint was able to produce, given the technology of the day, you would acquire proof coins directly from the United States Mint. Proof coins were meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint was able to produce given the technology of the day. To make a proof coin, and this process really didn't change very much for over 100 years, the Mint would take the finest dies and polish them until the fields had a mirror-like finish. And they put the dies in place and take the coin blanks, carefully weigh them and prepare them, and slowly hand feed the blanks into the die and then strike them at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. Then most importantly, once struck, they would be individually handled. They weren't allowed to abrade with other coins. So this is a very laborious, time-consuming process, simply to strike one proof coin. And the proof dies had to be changed very frequently. They wouldn't allow the dies to experience any wear. Every coin needed to have this pristine, brilliant finish with these deeply mirrored fields to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint was able to produce given the technology of the day. It's quite different from Mint State coins. Mint State coins struck for commerce, the kind we have in your pocket, your purse, they are struck as efficiently and inexpensively as possible. And no attempt is made to have any kind of special quality. They are struck off high-speed presses. The dies are not specially prepared. Once struck, the coins are dumped into bins. They go through coin counting machines and dumped into bags, and then sent to banks around the country. So, for example, these 1964 Kennedys I have, special Mint Set coins. These are uncirculated as they came from the Mint. But you'll see, when we look closely at the 64 Kennedy, you'll see all kinds of abrasions and scratches on his neck there. I'll get another one here. You can see a lot of cuts there below his chin and around his chin in front of his face there. Those are Mint State Kennedys. And you won't see those kind of marks on proof coins. And so the Mint began striking proof coins for the public in 1858. But in the late 1950s and early 1960s, the Mint began experiencing a coin shortage problem. There was an increasing demand for silver after World War II. Silver is an essential element in industry, in electronics. And with the rebuilding and growth in countries around the world after World War II and in our country, the demand for silver was outstripping mining capacity. And the U.S. government was trying to make up the difference by selling silver bullion from their own stockpiles, their own reserves, in an attempt to keep silver at the price of $1.29 an ounce or below. Because if silver rose to a value above $1.29 an ounce, that means the silver in the $half of the day, the quarter of the day, a dime of the day, the silver in that coin would be worth more than the face value of the coin. So coin collecting was booming during this era, folks. And silver coins were being pulled out of circulation and hoarded. Despite drastic increases in coin production by the U.S. Mint, there was still a coin shortage. So the U.S. Mint took several steps in 1965 to address this issue. And to the dismay of coin collectors across the country, including yours truly, who was and still is an avid proof coin collector, the Mint made the decision to discontinue proof set production in 1965 and focus all their efforts on the production of commercial coinage. Well, the Treasury didn't completely abandon us collectors. After all, they had just reached an all-time record, in proof set production in 1964 when they struck almost 4 million proof sets. So in 1965, they threw us a bone. For those of us who loved collecting the finest possible quality coins struck by the United States Mint, the Mint announced they would offer some special coins for those of us who wanted the best. They called them special mint sets. And here is an original special mint set in the original envelope as issued by the Mint in that year. Shipped third-class mail. I vividly remember the moment when I opened my first 1965 special mint set. You know, I was expecting some coins that would look like proof coins with deeply mirrored fields, beautiful flawless surfaces. Of course, the coin I was most interested in was the Kennedy $half. I mean, the largest coin in the set, and the only coin that still had silver content in it, because in 1965, the Mint, again, because of the silver crisis, had removed all the silver from the quarters and dimes. So I got the set, and I opened it up, and this was a typical experience. This 1965 SMS set, I looked at it, and the $half looked like a regular Mint State $half. I mean, there was no deeply mirrored fields. It had some abrasion on the cheek. I don't know if you could see this, if we can zoom in, but on the cheek you could see some light abrasion evident, which meant there was contact with other coins, the other $half. And it was very, very disappointing. And then there's this letter in there from the Bureau of the Mint. Dear friend, these coins, which constitute our first issue of United States Special Mint sets, were struck at the U.S. Assay Office at San Francisco. Special mint sets are made from specially prepared and polished blanks and struck on high tonnage presses with polished dies. We have endeavored to minimize scratches and discoloration. That's the key. They've endeavored to minimize, but the fact is, special mint sets differed from proof coins in several important ways. I subsequently learned, years later, as I really began my study of proof coins, and this was in the 1980s, that there were several significant differences in the way proof coins were minted and these 1965 to 1967 special mint set coins. Number one, while special mint set coins did receive more die preparation and polishing than commercial dies, they were not as highly polished as proof dies. Number two, special mint set planchets, the coin blanks, did not receive the same kind of preparation and polishing as proof planchets. 3, most importantly, special mint set dies were used for a much longer period of time before being discarded or replaced than were proof dies. You know, proof die might be replaced after 3,000 or 4,000 strikes. Special mint set dies were used for a much longer period of time. This meant that a lot of special mint set coins were struck from dies which were quite worn compared to proof dies and proof coins. Number 4, while proof coins were struck twice under higher pressure, special mint coins were only struck once. This meant you had a lot of softly struck special mint set coins, especially a lot of the half dollars. And 5, most importantly, proof coins were individually handled once struck. They were not allowed to braid or come into contact with other coins. This was not the case with special mint set coins. Special mint set coins had marks, folks. Let me show you just a few examples. Here's another 1965 that I had cut out. This is probably one of the more baggy examples. And you can see the abrasion on the cheek. I mean, it's not bad quality. I mean, the coin might be MS64, but, you know, that would be about it. And that's in 1965. Now, 1966, the quality improved a little bit. Your coins had, in general, better mirrors. In 1966, they switched from this flat pack to these plastic holders like you see here. But the holders were terrible at maintaining the luster of the coins. And you can see how heavily toned this coin is. It's really ruined. I mean, it's so heavily tarnished. It has none of the eye appeal as when it was originally struck. Here's another example, 1966. Here's a 1967. They came in similar holders as the 1966. Again, they had most of the time they had deeply mirrored fields, but again, you had bag mark issues. Let's see if I can pop this. These holders could be popped open, by the way, and quite easily. They weren't specially sealed, really. And this has a noticeable mark along the jaw of Kennedy. When I tilt it around, you can see those reading marks along Kennedy's jawline there. Now, these coins I have for you today, every one individually selected in MS67 condition. First of all, again, special mint set coins were struck in very limited quantities. In 1965, while the mint struck 65 million Kennedy half dollars for commerce, for commercial use, they only issued 2.3 million special mint sets. A very small number, much lower than the previous year's proof production of almost 4 million. And a big reason for the low mintage was because, again, the reaction of collectors like myself when we bought our special mint set from the mint, the coins were of such low quality. So the demand for these coins was greatly reduced from the previous year. And then in 1966, the mint struck over 100 million Kennedy half dollars for commercial use. But again, the special mint set production was even lower than the previous year. And then in the final year, for commercial use, the mint struck almost 300 million Kennedy half dollars. Special mint sets fell below the 2 million mark. Again, because the quality of these coins simply did not stack up to what collectors expected. Now, these coins I have for you today, this is the key, folks. These are among the finest examples. This is the latest NGC population in my pedigree holder. To get into the pedigree holder, every coin is reviewed by yours truly to ensure that it is of the highest possible eye appeal and quality for the grade. And I've got the 1964 proof Kennedy included just so you can understand how rare these special mint set coins are in high grade compared to the 64 proof Kennedy half dollar. I've been grading these for about a year. And right now, at this point in time, I've approved of 210 1964s in proof 67, 241 in proof 68, 162 that were graded proof 69 by NGC. But when you get to the special mint set coins, in 67, 120, 119, 92, and very few higher and no 69s. These coins are among the finest known. And this is the perfect grade, the perfect price point. You can see other dealers asking for generic examples of these special mint set Kennedy half dollars, folks. I've taken prices from dealers with very high ratings, top-rated sellers. Here's a 1965, a top-rated seller on eBay for Mint State 66, MS66, $374 for a Mint State 66, a top-rated seller. Okay, I'm only using top-rated sellers. Here's another 1965, hit $395, a dealer with 100% positive feedback for a 66. Here's a Mint State 67, $550. Another 1965 in MS66, 100% positive feedback, $864. Now this is a top-rated seller with over 4,000 happy customers. He's asking $2,500 for a 1966 special mint set in Mint State 67. This has been my specialty, my first love since the 1980s. This has been something that, again, I recognized early on the potential for future collectors. So I have opportunities to buy amazing Kennedy half dollars that other dealers simply don't get, folks. And I feel so privileged, and this is the part of the show I really love the most, because when I get these opportunities, I get to pass my good fortune on to you. I've got this entire set. These coins are essentially flawless. They are so close to perfection. Beautiful, deeply mirrored specimens, no heavy bag marks, no scratches or abrasions, Mint State 67. Again, they're in these pedigree holders, which means every coin has been reviewed by me. It's initially graded by NGC MS67, and then I look at it and decide, well, okay, do I want it to go in the aspiration Kennedy holder? And I would say every one I look at, maybe 1 out of 3 make it into this holder. Mint State 67, every coin. This set is not $995. Okay, in MS67, again, you had dealers asking $700-800 for MS66s for just the 1965. $595 would be a great price. It'd be under $200 a coin. But again, it is not based on my cost. I get such great opportunities that today, I'm able to offer a complete set for $195 for all three coins, not just one coin, the entire 3-coin set, $195. However, I don't want you to buy just one. I've got a special 10-set opportunity while I have them. You can see how low those NGC populations are. We just got another small group back. And while I have them, folks, I have a 10-set special. You can get 10 sets for $1,795. That's $179.50 a set. $179.50 a set. That opportunity is available on our 2-payment plan. If you put half down today of $897.50, we will hold 10 of these sets for you. With your name on it, place it in our vault, and pay the balance in 30 days. This is just a great ground floor opportunity. This is my specialty, folks. This is the most important era if you're going to collect the finest Kennedy half dollars. And you've acquired some of the latest proof Kennedy half dollars from the mint. These 3 dates here are going to be the 3 key dates in the series. The most difficult dates to get in exceptional high grade condition. The special mint set years from 1965 to 1967. Now the mint makes special mint set Kennedys today. They started making them again in around 2005. But the quality of those special mint set coins are incredibly high. The mint today takes a lot more care in how they handle coins, folks. Back in these early years, you have to understand we didn't have the 70-point Sheldon grading system. Today, coins are graded on the Sheldon grading system at NGC and PCGS. Every coin is graded between 1 and 70. The higher the number, the higher the quality coin. A 1 represents a coin that's very heavily worn. You can barely read the date. 70 represents perfection. There are no special mint set Kennedys graded in 70. And you can see from my chart there, the examples I've certified, I've only graded a handful in 68, but these 67s, extremely rare at the perfect price point because they represent among the finest known, almost finest known, for maybe 1/10 the price of the MS-68s. It's just a great opportunity if you've never collected a United States rare coin before. Here you're getting this historic set, these early Kennedy half dollars, when Kennedy half dollars were still struck with some silver content in those early years of the series, when the mint really did not take the kind of care that they take today when they strike special mint set coins. These coins were dumped into bins, they would abrade with other coins. Virtually all of them had bag marks. That's why you see so few in 6.8, 6.9 condition and so few in 6.7 condition. The typical grade for a special mint set Kennedy is MS-65, MS-66. These 6.7s represent among the finest known. They're only going to be about 1 to 2% of the population for the entire mintage. You know, they only represent, again, the top 1 to 2% in terms of quality for the series, in the special mint set series. That's how superior these coins are. To be able to offer the 10 coin special for 2 payments of $897.50 is a great, great opportunity for the collector of today. I must also add, this is most important. When I was approached by NGC on this proprietary holder, and I have a proprietary holder for the Franklin half dollar series and the Kennedy half dollar series, which you see on the cover of my next book on these coins, this encyclopedia. Again, the importance of this holder is that every coin that goes into this holder goes through a 2-stage grading process. It's first graded by NGC, and then it goes to me. And then I study the coin, and I decide if I think it's really exceptional for that date and grade. And if I do, then it goes into this proprietary holder for the Franklin half dollar or for the Kennedy half dollar. In recognition of the importance of this holder, NGC has their own independent population numbers for coins in this holder, for the Kennedy half dollars you see in this holder. So while they may have, for example, certified 3,000 special mint set Kennedys in 1965 and MS-67, I'm not sure what the number is, it could be 6,000 or 7,000. To date, there's only been a couple hundred that have been certified in this proprietary holder. These coins represent the finest specimens in mint state 67 condition. They're really, really a great opportunity. Again, mint state 67, the special mint set Kennedy half dollars. How a coin that was struck and dumped into a bin, how it managed to survive in this condition, virtually flawless, is a miracle. But that is why these coins are so scarce. Very few survive with so few marks. This is an extraordinary set. Again, this is a set I could offer for $395, and you'd be getting a great deal. And we'd be selling them. We would be selling them because at $395, it's a great deal. It's less than $150 a coin when there are other top-rated dealers selling MS-66 examples for $300, $400, $800 a coin. So it would be a great price, but it wouldn't be based on my cost. And again, I've specialized in these coins for almost 40 years. I get opportunities that other dealers just don't get to acquire among the finest specimens at the lowest possible price. And all I'm doing today at my $195 price is pass my good fortune on to you today. I hope you can take advantage of it. If you can swing my 10 set special, folks, please do so. These coins will be very, very good to you. The Kennedy half-dollar series, the longest running half-dollar series in the history of United States coinage. These are among the 3 most important dates in the series. An extraordinary condition for, about $65 a coin if you just get one set. But if you get the 10 set special, it's less than $60 a coin in MS-67 condition. I want to thank you for watching. This is, again, a series that is for the collector of today, and it's about your future. This is a set you want to put away for you, your kids, your grandkids. This is a set that's going to be very, very good to you. Thank you for watching.
What we are doing right now, this is a pre-sale, and this is one of the most exciting pedigree labels that has ever been issued. This is the first ever of the Kennedy half-dollar of its type, and for this year, 2021, is the first time that these exclusive advance releases labels have been issued. This is the biggest news right now in the entire world of coin collecting and of certified coins, and this is what it's all about. I want you to take a look at the picture that we have. Now, we're waiting, but we are in a little bit of a different position than everybody else who's waiting for these coins to come. Because we, in a way, got a backstage pass on these coins. There are just a handful of companies in this world who have literally been handpicked by the United States Mint and in collaboration with Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, you know them, they are the grading service that has granted us exclusive rights to the Reagan Mercanti label that we have on all of our Silver Eagle coins of perfect grade. Well, what's happened is, dare I say it, even more exciting than that. This has never been done before. We're talking about 2021. And every one of these half dollars of the Kennedy half dollar are solid silver. And they're also pure silver. And of course, before 2019, there had never been a pure silver Kennedy half dollar before. Also the grade, let's not forget that, they're Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you cannot get a higher grade because it's indicative of perfect condition. And you cannot get a higher designation of the cameo effect of the coin, that mirrored background and satiny foreground of the coins. The ultimate designation for any proof coin in the history of striking coins has been Ultra Cameo. Nobody does Ultra Cameo better than the United States Mint. So what I'm hoping I'm getting across to you is the quality of these coins are unsurpassed, the grade is the highest ever, and the label of advanced releases that just a handful of companies around this world have access to. I started to tell you that really what this is a backstage pass. It's a quick route to the front of the line. Advanced releases is something that has never been done before, and I really want to read you the exact definition of this so I don't get anything wrong, because this is brand spanking new. You have seen it, by the way, on the Silver Eagles, but you have never seen it before on the Kennedy Half Dollar. And the other thing I want to tell you is, I have been searching high and low. And right now I can stand here and I can tell you that Rare Collectibles TV is the first company out of the gate who is going to be guaranteed to get some of these coins. We are one of the companies that are in on this deal, and it's very special, let me tell you, but I want you to know, please give us a call. This is going to be huge. The phones are not going to stop ringing. It is going to be incredibly chaotic. But right now, while there's still a little calm before the storm, get on the line to get one of these coins. We are talking about not $1,500 or $2,000. You know, when these issues that are so special first hit the market, you see a mad dash for them, and people will be out and just to pay anything just to be guaranteed to get one of these coins. One of the reasons why there's such a mad dash all the time for these coins is right here. Let's take a look. When you go right down to the bottom line of this chart, what you see is historically and traditionally, even the first bottom two lines, or I should say the bottom two lines, the percentage of proofs versus business strike of the proof Kennedy half dollars, of which this 2021 is certainly one of, is only 3.6%. The percentage of proof strikes that are certified perfect proof 70 grade is not even half of 1%, not even a quarter of 1%, 0.15%. Most of you collectors out there are also Kennedy half dollar collectors. You collect Morgan dollars, you collect gold, you collect the Lincoln cents, all of the greatest rarities that we sell. And I think maybe up at the top of your list, in some cases at the very top, is the Kennedy half dollar. This is a coin that has been aggressively sought after by collectors, by history buffs, over the years that since the coin has been issued first issued in 1964. The way we stand today on every Kennedy half dollar, the anticipation of these coins coming out has really cleaned the shelves out of all Kennedy half dollars. This is not something unique to coin collecting right now. I've seen it with Morgan dollars and Silver Eagles. It's a mad rush to get every single one of the coins coming out today. This one, again, is right there at the top of the list. I want to describe to you, in fact, I want to read to you directly off NGC's website their definition of the advanced releases. NGC offers the advanced releases designation for select coins, not every coin is going to be eligible, that are purchased by designated mint customers, that's us, prior to the publicly posted first day that the mint makes the new coin available for sale. The most exclusive label. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, you may have heard that a small handful, a group of dealers like us that purchase quantities from the U.S. Mint almost on a daily basis have been granted some special access to these labels and really invited to move to the very front of the line ahead of everybody else to get the very first of these coins. And if that it wasn't enough, the label of advanced releases speaks to the fact that days before the public notice of release is when we get a chance to get the coins. So naturally, everybody wants one. It's never been done before. $289. I really fear that there's not going to be enough of these coins for all the millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. This table that I'm holding in my hand is from 1964 all the way to the present time. And it features mintages from every single year. And you know something, folks? You take a look at them, and there's millions and millions of coins. Well, every one of these coins are for the collectors, though. They're all proofs. The business strikes, if those figures were up here, it would go on for pages and pages. It would be like a small phone book. And there's millions of those collectors. But when you look at these coins right here, folks, these dates, these mintages, you can bet that each and every one of those coins represents a collector. That's what you're up against. Now, we know that they never make millions of these coins. The coins have small mintages year in and year out, especially lately. There's a lot of evidence of that. We anticipate that this year as well. But I will tell you this. This is the most exclusive label for the following reason. You have to be invited to get in on this label. We had to be invited. It's not open to everybody. It sounds a little bit like favoritism, doesn't it? Aren't we glad? Aren't we glad that Rare Collectibles is in a position where we get so much product from the U.S. Mint because it's because of you collectors, because there's the demand for it, that we were invited to partake in this. Ladies and gentlemen, $289. And I want to also tell you that as I stand here right now, and believe me, I looked, my compatriots here, we all spent lots of time trying to find if we were the first. And we were. So I am proud to stand here and tell you, it's not easy to be first out of the gate with something so exclusive. But I have to tell you, we did it. And timing, you know, timing means a lot. Timing is everything. Well, I think that saying, that cliche, timing is everything, was made for this deal. It really was. You are right now in the right place to get a pre-sale, to get advanced on the advance. Something that nobody else in the country is telling you right now. I can guarantee you an advanced releases label. I can guarantee you the highest perfect condition graded cameo coin, ultra cameo, you're ever gonna have in your collection. I can promise you that as the market takes off, and we've seen it before, I can name countless of examples where one day it's here and the next day it's boom. I can promise you a locked-in price of $289. If you can swing it, get as many as you can, because you're not going to regret it. But you are if you don't. I'm telling you right now, again, I've seen it a million times. You look back a couple of years, man, why didn't I get that 1995 W proof when I could have gotten it in the gold set for absolutely nothing? A $25,000 coin today. Don't regret it. This is an exemplary opportunity of how Rare Collectibles has really its finger on the pulse of the market. You can see a winner coming down the track from a long way, right? Because it's got the lead. This coin, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Don't miss out on it. It's a rare opportunity. We were invited, and you are now invited. Listen, I got to wrap this up, but I want to let you know that for $289, you're going to get the finest examples, and you're going to get the most unique issue of the Kennedy half dollar in a darn long time. And let us not forget also that you will own a really special coin and the third in the series of the pure silver Kennedy half dollars. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Don't go anywhere because you know there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming up. And I will see you all really soon. Bye now. When I was a kid growing up, Ike was president, the 34th president of the United States of America. And I really didn't think much about Ike because I was a little kid. And you know what? I think most people thought Ike was so beloved because he is the man who won World War II for the United States of America and really the world, because he was the five-star general in charge of the D-Day landing on the beaches of Normandy, France, that began the invasion of Europe and subsequently of Germany to end World War II. You know who else really paid attention at that time to Ike? Frank Gasparo. Now, Frank Gasparo worked at the U.S. Mint. Frank Gasparo is responsible for the Ike dollar. But This is a special Ike dollar. This is the Ike dollar, the one and only one that was issued to honor the bicentennial of America. In fact, it's a dual-dated coin. It's 1776 to 1976. One of just a handful of coins like that in the whole United States coin catalog. This coin was actually taken from a sketch that Frank Aspero made of Ike in the Victory Day Parade through Manhattan in New York in 1945. He had a sketchbook with him. He waited for untold hours for the president to come driving by, and he made a sketch of Ike in the parade car. That is the design that was used for the portrait of Ike on the Ike dollar. Now, this is a silver Ike dollar. It also happens to be one of the only silver coins issued by the United States of America in the 1970s. Very few silver coins were issued in the 1970s. The reverse of the coin is represented by the work of Dennis R. Williams. Now, he won a design competition. There was over 1,000 design entries. Today, that sounds like nothing, right? To represent a design for a one-year reverse of the Eisenhower dollar. And this is the design that Dennis R. Williams came up with. It is the Liberty Bell superimposed over the moon. Now, if you know the Ike dollar, the normal Ike dollar has a depiction of the American eagle alighting on the surface of the moon. So this was a tribute. And, you know, it was actually a big tribute to Eisenhower. Because though, you know, everybody associates Kennedy with the space race, it was actually Eisenhower that signed into law the bill that created NASA in 1958. I never knew that until just recently. Well, here's something about this coin that really bears looking at. Number one, they are big, they are beautiful, they have a great mirror, they're a cameo coin. Number two, this coin was issued during the bicentennial, 1975 and 1976, for $10. You know, $10 back in 1976, when you adjust for inflation, that's actually over $60 today. Here's what I think is the most important thing about the Ike dollar. Well, there's a couple of things. Let me get to the first one. Number one, originally there were to have been 4 million of these coins produced. That didn't happen. Instead, 3.2 million, as it says here, were distributed, means that they were ordered by individual collectors, by the way, and sold through the United States Mint. And back then, you had to call the mint up or you had to correspond in writing. There wasn't any internet. So there was a lot fewer collectors out there and a lot smaller mintages all the way around. So the mintage got reduced to 3.2 million. Now, here's the thing. In the beginning, and towards the end and the very beginning of the end of the 1970s to the very beginning of the 1980s, the price of silver went crazy. And so many of these coins were melted. Why? Why would you melt a coin where you can clearly see what it is when it's made of silver? And I'll tell you why that was done. Because intrinsically, the coin had more value than the face value. And so the coins were melted into bars and they were sold off that way. That was responsible, ladies and gentlemen, for untold thousands, maybe even millions of these coins being melted. I think it's an excellent opportunity to buy silver today, and one of the greatest ways you can do it is in a United States silver dollar that is proof. That is that mirrored field and wonderfully satin background. And our price for Ikes is $21.95 for a single coin. Here's a special deal, a roll of 10. That's a half a banker's roll at $19.90 each. That's $199 for the roll of 10. And if you want the complete roll of 20, a banker's roll, they're $17.95 a piece, and that comes to $359. And I want to make sure I haven't left anything out here. Let's always remember that Ike had such a connection to us landing on the moon because it was Ike that created NASA. And of course, Ike will forever be remembered as the 5-star general and 34th President of the United States, and one of the largest silver dollars, or I should say one of the last large silver dollars the U.S. ever issued. Here it is, folks, at $21.95 for a single coin, or a really big discount, a roll of 10 at $19.90 each, $1.99, and a full banker's roll of 20 at $17.95 a coin, $359. Thanks for watching this Ike presentation. Don't go anywhere. There's a lot of good stuff coming up.
Thanks for joining us here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Hi, I'm Rick Tamaska, and this is Rick's U.S. Coin Show. Rick's U.S. Coin Show is a brand new show that brings you rare, high quality, and unique coins at the most affordable prices on TV.
My name's Jack McNamara, and I love coins.
We're the Tamaska girls, Kim
And Caitlin.
Here at Rare Collectibles TV, we know what kind of coins you want because we're collectors ourselves.
I've been collecting coins for over 40 years.
I love finding coins all across the country and bringing them to you.
Whether you're new to coin collecting or an old pro, we've got the coins you're looking for.
After my first book, dealers began calling me the Cameo King.
Coin rarity and quality are what matter most to me.
Now that's eye appeal.
I do love Franklin's and Kennedy's.
Rare unique coins.
At the most affordable prices.
Coins are in my blood.
Now that's a beauty.
My goal is to bring you the ultimate in superb rare coins. Do you want the best? Today, I've got a great silver dollar for you. It's the largest silver dollar ever struck by the United States Mint, folks, with a full ounce of silver. Now, a Morgan dollar or a Peace dollar, by comparison, has about 3/4 of an ounce of silver. I want you to take a look at what is, in my opinion, the most beautiful silver dollar ever struck. Not just by our mint, but by any mint from any government in history. This rare semi-key date, one of the rarest dates in the series in high-grade proof condition, folks, the 1987S. The first year of the series was the 1986S. The 1987S is a date I've not been able to offer in several years in this condition. It's much rarer, actually, than the 1986S. Much lower mintage, much rarer in exceptional high-grade condition. Take a look at this stunning 1987S. Called the S because it was struck at the San Francisco Mint, folks. This silver dollar, the American Silver Eagle, in proof condition, is the perfect marriage of beautiful art, great American symbolism and meaning, and you could see the S Mint mark over there at around 8 o'clock in the field, right below the olive branch, meaning it was struck in San Francisco. This incredibly inspirational image, struck with the most advanced minting technology, the finest craftsmen given the responsibility of turning this great art into the most beautiful, perfect embodiment of our nation's great heritage in the form of the American Silver Eagle. Breathtaking. The American Silver Eagle silver dollar may rank as the most widely collected silver dollar on the planet, folks. And the popularity of this series grows with each passing year. First struck in 1986, still being struck today, and today, again, this 1987S, one of the most conditionally rare American Silver Eagles in proof condition. And I have some examples in 6.9 Ultra Cameo
and in the finest possible grade, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Now, this represents perfection. If you're not familiar with coin grading, coins are graded on a 70-point scale. From a low of 1, which is a very heavily worn coin with the date barely readable, to a high of 70. 70 represents perfection under high magnification at the NGC and PCGS grading services. This is where these extremely large silver dollars are so exceptionally rare. Now, these are proofs, folks, and this is very important. They're not mint state coins, because most American silver eagles are what we refer to as mint state coins, and they come in tubes like this. This is an original mint tube that you see here. I'm going to open this one up, and here's a mint state American silver eagle with mint state surfaces. Most of the American silver eagles are mint state coins. Very few are proof coins. I'd like you to take a look at this mintage chart of the mint state American eagles and proof American silver eagles. As we go down the chart, you can see the mint state mintages are anywhere from a low of about, well, the lowest mintage is the 96P with 3.6 million. The highest mintage is around 50 million. The proofs, on the other hand, the highest mintage is the 86S, 1.4 million. And then you have some with mintages there. There's the 95W, 30,000 coins. But basically, the mintages are in the hundreds of thousands. At the very bottom there, the proofs only represent about 4% of the total mintage of all the American silver eagles. This beautiful proof coin, folks, the making of a proof coin. What is a proof coin? For those of you who are new to collectors, proof coins are what I was really most interested in when I started collecting when I was 10 years old. The very first coins I bought in a coin shop were proof coins, a 1962 set of proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the minter's art, the finest possible quality the mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. So it's very labor intensive in the making of a proof coin. So as a result, they're made in very limited numbers. In the preparation of the die to make a proof coin, the dies are taken, put on a buffing wheel and buffed until they have a mirror-like finish. Nowadays, you see this beautiful cameo contrast on these proof coins. The mint even uses a laser etching technology to laser etch this beautiful cameo effect into the dies. Before the laser etching, they had a sandblasting technology that they used to use to sandblast the dies to create this frosted cameo effect, and then they would buff the fields. And then most importantly, they would get these beautiful two-tone cameos after all of this craftsmanship, but the dies would be replaced after only 1,000 or 2,000 coins were struck, because it was essential that these coins be struck from new dies showing the most exceptional cameo contrast possible. And then once the coins were struck, while these mint state coins would be dumped into tubes like this, these proof coins would be individually handled. They were not allowed to abrade with any other coins. The mint state coins, on the other hand, dies would strike tens of thousands of coins before being replaced. What makes these 87s so rare, though, is this early vintage, folks. The technology back in these early years was simply not advanced as the technology is today. So to get a proof 69 or a proof 70,